All right. Good morning, everyone. This is the December 8th North Carolina Charter Schools Review Board meeting, and I will take attendance for a quorum. Jeremy Wall. Stephen Gay. Oh, he's online. Okay.
Present.
Linda Lynn Cacadelis. Bruce Friend. Todd Godby.
Here.
Eric Sanchez.
Here.
Okay. Shelley Shope. John Eldridge. Eric Buchan.
He is here. He was in the hallway.
Okay, he's here. Gerald McNair. Okay, we have a quorum.
Good morning. Welcome to the December 2025 meeting of the Charter School Review Board. Thank you to the Office of Charter Schools once again for putting together all our meeting materials and the meeting agenda. The agenda has been posted online, and we welcome everyone who may be listening remotely across the state today and tomorrow as well. So let's start our meeting this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance and a salute to the NC flag. The mission of the Charter School Review Board. The Charter School Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Our ethics statement reads as follows. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record.
Mr. Chair, Hilda Parlay recuses from ALA Charlotte.
Okay, duly noted. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. So our first order of business this morning is to approve the November 2025 meeting minutes. Again, thanks for the office for putting those together. They look great. Hope you've had a chance to review them. Board members, can I get a motion to approve the November 2025 meeting minutes?
Mr. Chair, Hilda Parlay gratefully approves
We have,
the minutes of the November meetings.
thank you. Can I get a second? We have a second by Mr. Gay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, that's passed unanimously. All right, let's get on with our agenda. First this morning are some renewal presentation. I'm sorry, amendments, excuse me.
Approve
Oh,
the agenda.
approve the agenda. I'm really jumping ahead of myself here. Trying to get ahead of all this, this weather, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. We also have to approve today's agenda, and tomorrow's agenda for December 2025. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion. I move that we approve the agenda for today and tomorrow's meeting.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion or the agenda is approved. Now let's move on to the meat of our agenda here. And we're going to start with amendments. Ms. Wetzel, good morning.
Good morning. The podium is in a different place this morning. Feel a little, there we go. We have one amendment request from Center Point Classical Academy. They are requesting enrollment decrease. They are a Guilford County charter school. And they're in their ready to open process, preparing to open this next August, 2026. Their initial projected enrollment is 316 students, and they are going to be in a temporary facility in Greensboro until their permanent facility is open in 2027. So while the temporary facility is ready for school operations, it can't accommodate the initial projected ADM of more than 300 students. So additionally, they've listened to the recent challenges of new schools that faced in meeting their initial ADM projections. So the board have voted to reassess and adjust the original opening plan. So they're requesting to reduce their initial enrollment from 316 to 148. And that will allow them to successfully open in the selected temporary facility. And the enrollment projected charts are included, and they've submitted all required documentation to the Office of Charter Schools. And I think we should have Mary Catherine Sauer and or board members online if there are any questions.
Thank you for that. So we do have representatives from the school. Does any member of the Charter School Review Board have questions for the for those requesting this amendment?
Mr. Chair, I'd be interested in knowing the current use of the building that will be their temporary facility, and also how they're able to secure it and hold on to it until an opening 18 months away.
Okay, let's start with that. I hope the applicant heard that question. What is the status of the current building? What has it been used for in the past? And are you confident you have it secured for the next 18 months?
Yeah, this is Matthew Schneider. I'm the chairman of the board. It's a church. It's in the targeted area that we're looking at in southeastern Guilford County. We've been in talks with the church, and they are open to allowing us to use their existing classroom facilities there, and it can accommodate the 148 that we're looking at. There are other required number of classrooms that'll carry us through the second, or the, I'm sorry, for the first, carries through the first year into the second year.
Thank you for that. So your initial enrollment for next, or if you'd stuck to the original plan, it was 316 in year one. So this would be dropping it to 148. Have parents, what's been communicated to prospective parents? And have you had to adjust any of your marketing or outreach, knowing that you're going to be serving quite a few students less than what you originally planned? Maybe just share a little bit of what those communications have been with parents, or feedback as well.
I think Mrs. Sauer has our current number of applicants. I'm out of state, so I'm sort of I was called out of state unexpectedly. So I'm not with all my information, but Mrs. Sauer could probably talk about the current numbers that we have.
Well, hi, I'm Mary Catherine Sauer, and we have adjusted a little bit because there was because we changed the plans for our facility, and we're ready to go. We haven't hit the marketing the way we normally would have at this point. So we have about just over 10 applicants. So we don't have a lot, but what we've been communicating to people is we'll be in that southeast Guilford County area. And we've been working on that Pleasant Garden area. This is within 5 miles of where we've been working so far. But once we get that facility finalized and we can advertise that, then that we'll pick all that up.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for clarification. Now, the website says that you're going to open as a K4. And looking at your enrollment data, you will be opening as a K5, which will include the 148 ADM. So which will it be? K5
Yes, ma'am.
that you're opening, or K4?
I believe it's K5 that we're opening. I will address that mistake on the website. I apologize.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from board members?
Has the church been used as an educational facility in the past?
No, ma'am. It is
Will
not.
there be, requirements to get a certificate of occupancy for education?
There will, and that's one of the things that we're working on is making sure that we have a clear understanding of what's needed. We don't think a lot is going to be needed because of the low numbers. We don't think we'll have to do the traffic impact analysis, and the building is sprinkled and it is already set up for we think the appropriate exits and bathrooms. So but that's one of the reasons that it hasn't been finalized yet, is because we're making sure we have all the information.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, Ms. Hare, was just making sure that the building could be up to code. I know you've got some time between now and then when final exit of RTO would occur, but make sure you don't get tripped up on some of those things like fire suppression and ADA compliance, bathrooms, all of that. So sounds like you're well aware of that.
Yes, sir. And it feels like we don't have much time at all. So we're working diligently on that.
Any other questions? Or would anyone like to make a motion?
I do have one other question. Following the temporary facility, what are your plans for permanent facility?
Yes, ma'am. We've actually already identified, because we were starting down this road at the beginning, we've already identified a couple of parcels that we like and that are on the market, and the plan would be to purchase those and have a permanent facility for the second year.
Mhm.
And did you say that permanent facility would be approximately 5 miles from where this temporary site is at?
Yes, sir.
Do you already have a building plan?
We have one that we will use and modify as necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the capacity for your permanent?
Well, it's done in phases.
Mhm.
So the first phase is close to 500, and then but there's second and third phases that increase that to about 750
Mhm.
and beyond if necessary as we grow.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve this amendment request.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Apologies, I didn't hear the overview in the beginning. What's the exact request?
The request is to reduce their student enrollment from what was originally approved in the application to adjust it over the first 2 years until they can move into their permanent facility.
And what's the amount of reduction?
Well, year one would have been 316. It's now 148. Year two would have been 563. It would now be 430. But then starting in year three, they're back up to the projections that had been originally approved.
Yeah, just in terms of discussion, and I'll probably support the amendment, but it just, even during the interview, like right now during the question answer period, just a lot of tentative information, a lot of the website says this, I believe it's this, I think the temporary building has this, I think, those types of things become cautionary, especially when the school expenditure regarding getting a management organization should be much more certain and directive in it. I'll support it again, but I do find that a little bit concerning.
Thank you for that feedback. And other questions or comments?
Yes, this is Jeremy. Just one quick question. Did I hear that right now there are only 10 students whose families have applied to join the school in the fall?
Applicant, can you clarify what your enrollment is now, or actually have you even started the official enrollment process yet?
Yes, we started taking applications for enrollment, and when I checked it last week, it was about 10. It was 10.
I know there was a question about the impact of that. Just do you all have like a solid plan yet on how to recruit more students? I know you said it's fast approaching. You have like 120 days before school opens, and probably a lot of competition you're going against to get your school off the ground.
Yeah, we do have a marketing plan. It becomes much, I won't say easier, it becomes more effective when we have the facility, because then we start having events at the facility and we obviously can tell people where it's going to be, which is obviously very important to parents. So we do have a solid plan that as soon as we can finalize the lease, then we're going to roll with that. And-
Mary Kat, this is John. Have
Hi.
you thought of a delay? I mean, it sounds like there's so many balls up in the air. Is there?
Yes, sir. We've talked about that, and the board has considered that, and we'll know a lot more over the next 2 months, and it's possible that we'll need a delay. We hope that's not the case, but it's on the table. We understand that we want to open well when we open, and if it's looking like we can't do that, then we understand that's a viable option.
Ashley, is there a deadline for when a school can ask for a delay in the opening year?
No, we typically don't have a deadline.
Okay. Thank you.
But we do typically, as we talked about last month, it's usually early or late spring. They'll be back before us to whether we're going to approve them to successfully exit RTO. Yeah.
That's helpful because I got to tell you, just listening to the conversation this morning and kind of absorbing it, already cutting the school almost in half, and then knowing what we've seen in the past where people expect 140 kids are coming and 80 show up. I just don't want this to be another situation where we're closing the school in October because people thought things were going to happen the way they didn't.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment for sure. And I think any of the schools in RTO that have been paying attention to our last few months' meetings would hopefully have an appreciation that you got to be close to your numbers by the time it gets to us to vote to exit RTO. I think it's still a little bit early. Once they know that this facility will be at the new location, I think that will help with parents to make the decision. But duly noted that when they're back in front of us later this spring, don't show 148 students, show 200 students, right?
Yes, and I think currently Mary Catherine is navigating through that with Liberty. Maybe the opening was less than anticipated. So I know that you're very aware of that and cognizant of how to prepare in the months ahead and then make that decision early. So thank you for that.
This is Matthew Schneider again. The board has approved a very well-planned and aggressive marketing plan that starts after the Christmas holiday, after the end of the year holidays. Just makes more sense to do it after that as people are starting to think in the new year about their options. That's really in January and February is really when that marketing takes off. And I think we saw with Liberty that had some real effect in bumping up those numbers pretty quickly. So I'm confident that within the next 2 months, we'll know where that's heading. I know the board believes that having a facility that we can show to people will have a great effect in convincing them that this is the right place for them. And of course, this is an area that's growing pretty rapidly, expecting 5,000 new jobs with the Toyota battery manufacturing plant not too far away. So I think once we get the message out.
So I'm going to cut you off. This is our time. We have a motion in a second. Is there any other questions or discussion from board members? So we have a motion to approve the amendment request that would allow them to adjust their enrollment. We have a second. Let's do roll call vote, Ashley.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Nay.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. I don't think she's here. John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn, are you on? Okay. Eric Buchan,
Aye.
Jared McNeil. There. Nope, he's not here. Okay, it passes, and Centerpoint, we will send you out in a formal approval letter, okay?
Thank you.
All right, up
Thank you.
next, we'll move into our renewals and welcome Ms. Cook. Good morning.
Good morning. Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. We are going to be bringing to you the last set of renewal schools this month for you to review in the 2026 cohort. As a reminder, the basis for renewal is based in both statute and in state board policy, but today we'll be reviewing schools that have not been deemed comparable to their LEA for the immediately preceding 3 years. And also, as a reminder, in state board policy, comparable is defined as within 5 points of its local district's composite score. We have today, sorry, lots of this is just reminders from last month. But as a reminder to schools listening, so OCS is going to present the renewal data, and then schools will be invited to give their presentations. As a reminder, there is 20 minutes allotted for each school, and this should include time for the review board to ask questions. So we ask that schools use their time wisely so that there is time for question and answer at the end. With that, I will start with ALA Charlotte if there are no questions for me. Okay, we will begin with ALA Charlotte. ALA Charlotte, also some of you may remember them as Aristotle Prep, but now under the name of American Leadership Academy Charlotte. They're a K-8 school in Mecklenburg County. You can see their enrollment from the last 3 years. This is their second renewal. So their first charter was 10 years, and then they received a renewal in 2023 for 3 years. They've participated in the renewal process thus far. For their academic performance in 22-23 and in 2023-2024, they performed at an F and were at a D this past year, and they have met growth in all of the last 3 years. They have not been comparable to their local LEA in the last 3 years, and then we also have their subgroup comparability listed for you below. And lastly, they are currently on financial noncompliance cautionary status. This is from a review of their FY24 audit. And those reasons stated in that financial noncompliance letter were for a negative unassigned fund balance, expenditures exceeding revenues, and a funded ADM decrease of 10% or greater. Again, this was due from the review of the FY24 audit. And so the Office of School Business will give you all an update in January based on their FY25 audit, but the school is prepared to answer any questions you have about that previous one. They have been placed at a 3-year renewal based on their continually low performing status and not being comparable to their LEA. And at this time, I will invite the board and leadership from ALA Charlotte to give you their presentation.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a reminder, we have 20 minutes total, which includes our questions. So
Very good.
Yeah.
We'll do our best to expedite this for your benefit. Thank you, Ms. Cook, for your introduction. Really quick, thanks to all the consultants and the team members who have supported our self-study and site visits in preparing for our renewal. Thank you, Charter School Review Board, for your time today and allowing us to present on behalf of American Leadership Academy Charlotte. My name is Kyle Schrager. I am the board chair. I am joined today by my fellow board members, Mitch, John, and Yolanda, who have been instrumental in advocating and preparing for our renewal process. Our newest board member, Mr. Cole Roberts, unfortunately was not able to attend. He had prior commitments. Through this presentation, we respectfully request and acknowledge the recommendation of the CSRB for a 3-year renewal. We understand that ALA Charlotte has much opportunity to improve. Our board is committed to our school improvement plan and our goals set forth for ensuring our students and families receive the best educational experiences possible. With that, I would like to focus your attention during this presentation on the strengths and progress we have made in our most recent years. One of these strengths is our enrollment growth, coinciding with meeting growth for 3 years in a row. This is positively affecting our financials and stability, as well as our academic performance going forward. Next, when comparing our academic results, please consider that the majority of our students come from economically disadvantaged families, which exceed that of our LEA. I would like to begin by reading our mission statement, and then I'll turn the presentation over to our school director, Ms. Carmi Green. The mission of ALA Charlotte in support of the family is to provide the best educational experience to as many students as possible in a moral and wholesome environment. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you again for having us. Ready for slide. So as mentioned previously before, we were formerly Aristotle Preparatory Academy, and they were located on the west side of Charlotte. In the 23-24 school year, Charter One partnered with our board to help improve our educational experience. So previously at Aristotle Preparatory Academy, as you can see, the building was old, outdated, run down. Students weren't provided the best educational experience possible. So the 23-24 school year, we, ALA Charlotte flourished. And as you can see in our building, it is newly updated, better classrooms for all of our students. With that change, we provided new and improved technology for each of our classrooms. So now all of our classrooms have brand new smart boards for educational purposes for teachers, brand new teacher laptops, which are also touchscreen. So that's a plus for us. Students in kindergarten through 5th grade, they are all 2-to-1 with student laptops. And in our grades 6th through 8th grade, all of those students are 1-to-1 with laptops, with the opportunity for all of those students to take their laptops home at the end of the day to maximize their student learning. At one point, and I want to highlight Jordan Way in this part here, we were able to purchase 4 brand new buses for our students to be able to provide them proper and safe transportation to and from school. I called Jordan one night and I said, Jordan, the buses are not sufficient. And he said, no problem. He called me back that next day and he said, we'll have 4 brand new buses delivered to you. So Monday morning, we were able to start off with 4 brand new buses. And I put an emphasis on that only because when we transitioned from Aristotle to ALA, we wanted to be able to offer a safe and proper way for those students traveling from the west side to be able to come over to the east side of Charlotte. So that was a big highlight for us. As you can see in our student enrollment, Aristotle ended with about 177 students that year. We did take a dip in that enrollment to about 135 students, and that was due to us being, transition and such a sudden move. However, partnering with our marketing team, with Charter One, and with our leadership team, we did take a rise in our enrollment to 276, and we continued that upward trajectory to currently serving 365 students. All right, so our historical data, we broke it down into different subgroups. In the very top portion of that, we broke it down based on the subjects, so ELA and math, and then right next to it, we highlighted each demographic growth in that as well. So not only did we increase the enrollment, we had some great growth in our performance growth, which, with our demographic, it's not always the easiest. Of course, we faced some challenges in the beginning, making sure students were in school, making sure that buses were arriving on time, and we faced those challenges and we overcame those challenges to be able to see the growth that we have made. As you can see and highlighted in the beginning of our presentation, we spoke about how our schools have met growth all of the years that we have been in operation. And the very bottom one, this was important for us to highlight our EVA scores for our teachers. Being able to hire highly qualified teachers was important for us. So those grade levels that we struggled to get students proficient, we were able to meet or exceed growth for our students. And we did that with the help of our in-school improvement plan, and some highlights for that that, I just want to go over quickly. We were able to utilize parent feedback, and I'll go over that a little bit more in it. We also implemented a MTSS group with our students. So now we have interventionists that are on site to be able to help close that achievement gap for non-proficient students to proficiency. All right, so our current academic goals and strategies. So as you know, we have been low performing over the years, and of course, we're not where we want to be. However, we do have a plan in place to get us to where we need to be within the next 3 years. And the first plan is to make sure that we raise that student grade from a D to a B over the next 3 years. So how will we get there? Boost student proficiency scores and grades third through 8th grade. Leverage data-driven instruction, and we do that by using IXL, SchoolNet, MC check-ins, and as well as our Renaissance State STAR data. We host weekly PLCs with our teachers, and we have a instructional coach that is full-time with us this year. So that instructional coach also hosts PLCs alongside our administration team. And then enhancing teacher practices. So one big highlight that we have this year is that we were able to bring in Southeast academic managers. And this is very fortunate to us because these are previous principals that held, successful rating schools. So they partner with our administration team, and our administration team alongside, we do walkthroughs, we do observations with our teachers, but we also provide feedback to administration so that we can provide it directly to our teachers. Challenges and growth. So of course, raising, going from low performing from a D to a B status is definitely going to be challenging, but we do have growth goals that we have put in place. So the first one is closing the achievement gap. So of course, using that data that we provided to meet grade level expectations. And that's going from using IXL, SchoolNet, and we also created a new schedule this school year. I'll highlight that a little bit further in the presentation. And we also have on-site reading interventionists that provide that tiered instruction for our students. Teacher excellence. So when I first came into ALA Charlotte, there was definitely a big difference in the teacher instruction. So one thing that I highlighted in our school improvement plan was to be able to get highly qualified teachers into our building, but also teachers who actually want to do the work that we're doing for this demographic. So that was very important for us. So we partnered with Charter One, and we made sure that we gave great marketing strategies for recruiting new teachers, and that's attending recruiting events, also hosting on-site recruiting events as well. Another portion that I want to highlight is building connections with our communities and families. So to be able to help us do this work, we have to build those connections with our families and our community. So we partner with Vision to Learn. They help provide free glasses and exams to our students. Hickory Grove Library, I'll highlight them a little bit later. Weeping Willow Church, they help us provide athletic facilities for our students for practices and games. Greens Cleaning provides donations of student uniforms for our students who are economically disadvantaged to affording our uniforms, as well as our sports uniforms as well. Union Hill Church, they partnered with us to be able to have, to do the school beautification to help us get ready for the new school year, especially with having such a tremendous growth. And then Second Harvest Ministries, they partner with us to be able to provide food bags for those students who are over the extended breaks. All right, so campus life and our new beginnings. So the first picture represents the growth in our student life and school diversity. So with the enrollment increase, our student diversity has also changed in time. So we are now housing African-American, Hispanic, white, and also other races within our demographics, which is a total difference from the beginning of the coming into ALA Charlotte. In the middle, we highlighted our our athletic department. And this is really important for us because we built a athletic program for our students to have an outlet and to be able to instill our raised values in them on the court and also off the court. The last picture is a photo of our after-school tutoring program. So our after-school tutoring program is held weekly for our students. All of our teachers stay after school to be able to provide the academic support for students who are in need of it. And then also students who just need extra help on homework assignments or classroom assignments. So finally, our campus life. Here is our tiered intervention groups. So kindergarten through 6th grade have tiered intervention groups. And with those tiered intervention groups, we focus at 45 minutes a day for reading and for math. And this was strategically done so that students are not pulled during related services for math, for IEPs or any students who have EL services as well as MTSS. So we make sure that they're only pulled during those intervention times. Here in the middle, we have, in the middle, this picture highlights our staff using our curriculum with 100% fidelity. And so we do that with daily walkthroughs and immediate feedback through our observation tool, Creovia. And as you know, Creovia, it's a very comprehensive observation tool. And with that tool, it surpasses the state's observation tools. And it is a great way for our teachers, for us to go into the classrooms, provide exactly what those teachers did at that moment, and then provide actionable feedback to them.
I'm going to pause you just a second because we are getting close to time and we haven't even delved into the financial questions. So, and I'm sure we're going to have questions. So it was 20 minutes for presentation and our questions.
Absolutely.
Do you want to say anything about the non-compliance?
Yes,
Financial?
I'll turn to our finance department.
So I'll just touch on it briefly and then open up to questions because I think that's probably appropriate. So, I think financially with the ADM and enrollment challenges that we've had, it's put us in a pretty tough position. And with our continuous progress on increasing enrollment, the negative fund balance is something that we're focused on at the board level and budgeting going forward. And as our enrollment has increased, we now are able to have a positive budget as we go forward. So, that's the most simplest way I can kind of put it. It's more of a historical challenge. And I'm very confident that now that we're in a new facility and we're seeing consistent success in ADM and retention in students, that's only going to help mitigate any reoccurrence of that going forward. So I'll open it up to questions.
What's your enrollment, your current year enrollment? The last we have is the 269 from last school year.
Currently, we are at 365 students.
Thank you.
So has your auditor finished this year's audit, fiscal year 25?
Yes.
Did you have a positive fund balance at the end of 25?
I believe so.
I don't have that information for you right now. Charter One's financial advisor could get that information for you.
We'll get it from the finance department, but y'all need to know that. That's one of the things that's hook you up from getting none, 3, or anything more. So you need to know that.
I just I can't help but look, and it's good to see you guys have met growth for a few years, but if I'm looking at just this bottom part of the chart where it shows comparability, it's stagnant. It's like there's one year you're almost 30 years behind, 30 points behind the LEA. This is one of those schools. This is really not a question. It's more of a comment for the board. This is one of those schools where I look at how many times do you give a 3-year renewal before. You know what I mean? It's if I'm a patient and I'm going to a doctor and I look at this is how I'm using data to make decisions for how to improve the health of my patients, I'm not very confident. There's only a couple subgroups where there's any comparability. The other ones are double digits behind the LEA, where there's, I guess most of the students are coming from the Charlotte Mac school system for comparability, but this is, I know you've acknowledged that this is not where you want it to be, but this is concerning, the data that's coming out of the school academically.
Dr. Eldridge, let me piggyback on that with the same kind of encouragement that something's going to need some attention. And although you, Ms. Green, outlined some plans in that regard, you actually attached the improvement plan to your presentation, but all of the target dates one was in 2023 and the rest were like June of 2024, so 18 months ago. So I don't know if you have an updated school improvement plan, but it wasn't attached. The one that was attached is outdated. And that may be an indicator that, it needs attention. Someone needs to put their attention to this.
Share to you as well.
Yeah, if I may, the board just reviewed that school improvement plan in our last board meeting, and those dates are updated reflectively. So, and I know it's a living document that we work with the department on, so it's constantly being updated in real time. So that maybe it just be a historical link that was kind of posted on there. And if I could add as well, the board has also changed over the course of this time. I've been with the board for just about a year now. A buddy of mine that served on the board that had to step down reached out to me and said, hey, the school needs help. I was over at Wake Prep. We were having success there. And, I wanted to step in and provide that support. And since then, we brought on some fantastic new board members. The leadership team is incredible. From a governance structure, we're reviewing academics vigorously. This is not something that, any of us want to see as a sustained manner, right? This is important to all of us. It's important to the kids in the community. We've all been on site. I know I'm not local to Charlotte myself, but I've made an effort to go out there, walk the campus, meet the teachers. We have meaningful conversations. Last year, we met with academics teams and teachers, and they had outdated computers. Half of them were broken, so we're trying to share that equipment across all the classrooms, right? And so the board sits there and looks at that and says, how do we budget to make sure they have the equipment that they need? And, this year we have computers that now most students have access to, so we can do smaller interventions and they can use the online tools that they just didn't have as much access to last year. And we're already seeing those improvements in those results. So I know it's a lot of different angles that we can talk about, but I just wanted to emphasize that we have a really strong board going forward. We have a great leadership focus. We're committed to the school improvement plan, and we're going to be vigilant on its success.
In the communications you've had with school business, are you fairly confident that by the time like late winter, early spring rolls around when we're making final vote, that these compliance issues will have been cleared up? Do you have any insights on that?
Yes, we are actively working on all of the compliance issues that have been addressed earlier at the beginning of this presentation. I'd also want to add too that I hear the comment about a constant cycle of 3-year renewals. But if we look at the history of Aristotle going into ALA Charlotte, the last couple of years we have maintained stability. We've maintained stability with enrollment, with leadership. And we, as Charter One, by the way, my name is Abigail Strait. I'm Vice President of Operations for Charter One. We believe in this school and the leadership team and the board. And so we've invested financially. We've invested a lot of time because we have seen the growth and the potential of this school. And so we understand that that's going to be a multi-year project in order to really see the fruits of all of that labor and investment.
And I appreciate that comment, but if let's just take the LEA out of it, because maybe there's a difference in the type of students. I don't know. I'm just looking at your own numbers and comparing them for 3 years, and there's no change. Just comparing your own students to yourselves. Like if you look at 2023, you're a minus 11. Just using economically disadvantaged, and the next year you're minus 16, back to minus 11 again. So the use of data and finding whatever, even going out and visiting some schools that are killing it with the same students, right? And figuring out what they're doing and implementing it into what you're doing would be, I would have hoped it would happen by now. I would see evidence of that in a school improvement plan, and you'd see some turnaround. So my only concern is that's great. You get another 3-year renewal in 3 more years if it looks like this again, and I'm still on this board. I don't know that I can still feel favorable towards let's try one more time, and that's just out of the sake of if the school district's beating you by 52 points in white category. I mean, are there students better off at your school or in Charlotte Mac? That's the question I have to ask myself, right? Or this board has to wrestle with. So in all fairness, nothing against, hopefully that will happen. But if not, that's 3 more years of students rolling through a school that didn't get what they needed.
I guess my next question really, I think might be for the Office of Charter Schools and Mrs. Cook. So I'm just looking at our rubric, our guidelines, and to be clear, they're guidelines. This school currently is being suggested as a 3-year. Enrollment continues to go up. They've met growth the last 3 consecutive years. What is it possible to know now what they'll need to do like this school year to get them off the CLP list heading into next school year? Or is that?
Yeah, so I mean, to get off the CLP list, frankly, they couldn't do it next year because you have to be off. You have to be off the low performing list for 2 consecutive years, or you could go every other year, honestly. But what would need to happen is they would need to exceed growth or get a C. So you could do either or both, but the exceeding growth or getting a C would get them off of the low performing list for this current year. And then the year after that, if they did the same, then they would be off the continually low performing list.
Thank you for that. So heading into next school year, 26-27, which would be the first year that if they're renewed is year 1 of their new renewal.
This current school year is year 1.
I'm sorry, you're correct. My mistake. Heading into the next school year, 26-27, they're still likely to be, they're going to be on the CLP list.
Yes, even if they exceed growth this year, they will be CLP next year, even if they get themselves off the low performing list.
Thank you. Yeah, what I'm driving at is I'm just looking at our guidelines, and I'm just trying to look at, it's being recommended for 3. Is 5 even an option? It doesn't look like that would even be an option based upon our guidelines. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, so they're at 3 because of that continually low performing status currently.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Yeah.
I didn't mean to be so hard. Well, I did, but lots of good things are happening. You went from 121 to 269 up to 300. So something really good has happened. Did you change curriculum from Aristotle when Charter 1 came in? Did you implement the new curriculum from Charter 1?
Yes, so currently we utilize Eureka Math Squared as well as CKLA for reading, science, and social studies in conjunction with IXL and SchoolNet as well.
So it'll take time for that to build, and I understand that.
Absolutely.
But I think what we're saying is when you come back, when we go to the vote, if you can remove, I call it, there's hurdles and barriers.
Absolutely.
Whatever you can remove, you need the financial thing, because that's what will close you first.
Absolutely.
Then academics will come second. But if you have a plan and you're showing that growth, those things, you're taking those things out of the way. But the first thing you need to fix is you need to fix your financials.
Absolutely. And we will definitely get that sent over to you.
Okay. We're over time. Any other questions or comments from board members?
Just one, the links to their board minutes does not work on the website.
Okay, take a look at that if you would. What you're catching those things? I passed the I'm passing the torch. All right. Thank you so much for your time this morning. And yep.
All right. The next school we have is the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders. They are a K-8 school in Durham. And you can see their enrollment is listed. It's steadily growing. They were last before you all in 2023 and received a 3-year renewal. They have participated in the renewal process fully thus far. For their academic performance in 22, 23, and 23, 24, they performed at a D. This past year, they performed at a C, and they have exceeded growth in all of the last 3 years. They are not on the low performing list or continually low performing lists. And they have been comparable to their LEA in 2 out of the last 3 years. And then you can also see their subgroup comparability. Some of those have been for all 3 of the last 3 years. The Office of Charter Schools is not currently aware of any compliance or financial compliance issues. And they have been placed at a 7-year renewal due to exceeding growth in the last 3 years and having 2 years of comparability to their LEA. So at this time, I will invite the leadership and board from the Institute of Development Young Leaders to give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Monroe, and I am the visionary founder of the Ideal School. I am under the weather, as you can hear. I am here with the chairman of the board, Dr. Christopher Edwards, the principal of the elementary school, Ms. Talia Moore, and a member of the leadership team, Mr. Sergio Parejo. I wanted to start by saying that the Ideal School this year was identified by the Department of Public Instruction as number 1, not top 5%, number 1 in academic growth for children in North Carolina of all the charter schools. Meaning that if the metrics was different, we would be an A school. I'm not here to talk about politics, but I just want to make sure that this board understands the hard work of the teachers and staff and the commitment of the community to work together to make this school successful for our children. When comparing the Ideal School to the feeder schools in the same area where our children would go, we are plus positive numbers in every area, reading, math, and science. In doing it for the whole district, Durham, we are still comparable over the last 2 years, and we are striving to be even better than that. I'm going to invite the chairman first, and then Ms. Moore. Chairman, they're limiting us to 20 minutes.
It takes me 20 minutes just to get warmed up, so I will be brief and simply say I certainly concur with what Ms. Monroe said. As a board, our job is oversight, many times inspiration, as well as follow-up, a lot of follow-up. We have a fantastic relationship, but a professional relationship with the administrative body within the school, and we look forward to your questions today.
Hello, again, I am Talia Moore, the K-5 principal at the school, and I've been a part of this establishment. This is my 5th year, and I've seen our growth and our commitment and where we started from when I came into where we are now. One thing I'm really excited about is our trajectory and how we've worked really hard in creating systems and longevity within our leadership team and our teachers. We go above and beyond to make sure that our teachers have proper professional developments, practice clinics, and we pour into them so that they can pour into the students, because we know at the end of the day, that's what it's about, our students, their ability to grow, their ability to become successful in the future. And so I'm excited because we've seen students who came in with IEPs,
where other schools said that they couldn't, and by the time they graduated, was off of IEPs, graduating and completing EOGs and getting into high schools they thought that they never could. And for some, going to colleges and participating in things they never thought was possible. And so for me, that's our goal. We do the work and we're here now and we're pushing for our school because we know the love that we pour into our students and our community to help our parents and to help our students at schools who may not have been able to close those gaps and pour into the students. And so that's what we're here for. If you have any questions, of course, let us know.
That's stupid.
Okay. So we're going to go over the data. I'll look up. Over the last 3 years, well, over 2024 and 25, this is our diagnostic data for iReady. It gives you the information from BOI to EOI in reading and in math, and then it shows you their percentage growth from beginning of year to end of year. So we rely heavily on this data because it helps us guide our small groups, our placements, how we do interventions, how we do remediations, how we create personal plans for our students so that we're actually closing their gaps and meeting their needs. And as you can see, every grade level grew pretty well across the board in reading and in math. And we know that that's very important because you need reading to do everything. And even if you're a great mathematician, when everything's put in word problems, you struggle being able to show what you know because you need to be able to read to show everything. So we're pushing really hard to show growth for our students. And even though 3 through 8 is testing grades, our school realizes and knows that K2 is just as important because it sets the foundation for our students before they move to testing grades. So if you look here at the bottom, it says the upward trends show that our strategic approach of whole group and small group and data-informed instruction and remedial support are working to aggressively close the academic achievement gaps. So this slide pretty much just shows that we're using multiple layers, multiple tools to help our students grow and not just relaying everything on one particular type of support. Next slide. Here's our academic growth for 2024-25. Our EOGs, and it gives you our subgroup information. And as you can see, overall, our growth was 100%. But if you look at subgroups, you can see that our Black students, 97.5, Hispanic, 94.8, and economically disadvantaged is 100%, and multi-language learners, 94.5%. So this shows that we are paying attention to our subgroups, we're paying attention to the needs of our students, and we are not letting economically disadvantaged or MLL issues get in the way of our students' learning. If you're at our school and you're there consistently, we're gonna do everything we can to make sure that they are learning and pulling out the best. If you look to the side, you will see that we have 71.5% of our teachers that are experienced from 23-24 school year. And for 60.5% of our third grade students completed reading portfolios to show grade level growth. And we have 20 lead teachers, 7 instructional teachers. And that's important because we know third grade is huge. It's a big jump for our kids. And so we just don't rely on our EOGs. We take every possible force to make sure our kids have multiple opportunities. So we do our portfolios. We do the iReady diagnostic as our second stream. We participate in the BOG, the EOG, and the retakes and summer programs to make sure they have multiple layers of practice because that third grade year is a big year for them. Also, if you look at the bottom, our reading proficiencies and math and science over the 3 years have trended up. You will see that in reading, it went 46, 48, 52. Math, 54, 54, and our big jump, 65 last year. And then science, 66, 71, and we were trending, but we know that science changed and did an adjustment. And we were still able to do 57.7 average with our new science test. So we were really excited about that to see that we were able to hold on to those scores and not drop too low with the change. And so we just explained that we take every measurement to help try to make sure we're closing the gaps for our students. And we know that over several years of closing gaps, we're starting to finally get to that point where we're seeing more proficiencies in the EOG because you can't just say we have a 30-point gap and then expect to have a 20-point jump in ELG proficiency. So this is showing that we're trending in the right direction to grow our proficiencies over time. Next. This just gives a overall area of showing how we talk to the whole child for education. If you look, we have social emotional learning where it is specifically and explicitly built into our schedules. Our teachers work with it every single morning to help our students with their social emotional needs, learning how to work with their emotions, how to work with each other, and how to build their self-esteem and how to communicate with each other. And it's very important. If we don't speak to our children and give them what they need emotionally, we can't teach them educationally. They won't be able to hear. There's so much going on in their heads. So we're helping building the tools to help them deal with their emotions so that they can be able to hear, see, digest, and learn. We have reading interventions, small groups, DDI, which is direct driven instruction, and Power Hour, which is something our school coined. That at the January and half, we specifically focus on ELG standards. For the second half of the day, we have games, we do activities, we become very specific on strategies, how to work through the test. And so we give our students lots of at-bats and experience with ELG material so that they're not going into the test like, what is this? What are you talking about? I've never seen it before. So we're strategic with that. And we're big on community and family. We do lots of things monthly for our parents, for the community. We do Thanksgiving drives. We do winter drives, coat drives. We bring the parents into our school every month. We help them with homework. We help them with their students and exposure. And we just try to give back to the community to let our parents and our families know that it's not just about your students being in our seats, but also what we can do to help them. Our areas of growth, because we know everyone has areas to grow in, is we will continue to rapidly close our academic growth so that we can move from just being great in growth to also proficiency areas. We'll continue to stay financially stable and maintain our clean audits. That's very important because those help us get to everything else that we do. And then IDYO will continue to provide healthy, safe, well-rounded educational opportunities for our students. And we will continue to retain high compensated, highly qualified teachers because we know as much as we plan and put things in place, we need highly qualified teachers that care for our students to help make that gap. It's because of them that we can do all that we do. So retaining those teachers that we pour into year after year is very important for us. We also will continue to improve our attendance through providing supports and training for parents, parental skills, academic support, and for our children and growing their language development. So the more the parents and community feels that we hear them, we understand what they're going through, the better that we're able to support them. And we will continue to provide restorative justice training for teachers, specifically in trauma areas so that teachers know how to support our students when we see these signs, how to properly give them what they need so that they can be successful. And we have 24 teachers and staff members that have been employed with our school 4 years or more. We're very proud of that because we know that consistency is what helps us to show where we are now, building the love and the support and the time, the tenure over time. And then this just goes over our celebrations, some great things that we're doing with our school. We do student recognition in many different ways. We do monthly celebrations, we do character building, student of the month, honor awards, all of those things. We make sure our students have that. We also support global perspectives. We have Hispanic Day, Black History Day, Multicultural Day, Christmas around the world. We really take in the different things that our students have, and we want to make sure we celebrate that. We have full-time faculty and staff. We try to stay fully employed, fully staffed, so that our students have what they need across the board. And we've been financially healthy for 13 years, which is huge. And we have tons of enrichment programs to support our students, after school program, music, the arts, sports, extracurricular activities. We have Saturday Academy. We do lots of things to give our students plenty of at-bats. And we focus on student behavior success because we know that if we don't support our students in behavior and have calm classrooms, calm hallways, students can't learn. So we focus a lot on student behavior success. And we do strategic partnerships with NCCU, Anthony Partner Group, STORE, food banks, Mayor Leonard Williams, Swahili restaurant, and Chicken Hut. And so we try to keep it in our community. So that is a presentation of just some of the things that we're doing at our school. It took a while trying to just condense it down and say what's our highlights. And so that is our presentation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Questions from board members?
Ms. Monroe and team, congratulations. I've been to this school. I've been boots on the ground to see the things that you guys are doing over there. I'm super proud of you guys. I do have a question. How many schools that are in like with the same maybe metrics have called you to come see what you guys are doing to exceed growth every year?
I would not say that anyone has called, but people have made comments about what we're doing and asking how we're getting there. And I said to my team recently, we have to make sure all of this is codified because people are interested in what we're doing.
Hope so, because conversely from the school that just left, and not, again, not being critical of them, when you look at this data and see what's happening over time, it's obvious that you guys are using your data, you're making decisions that need to be made on the fly. And I hope that sooner or later, the folks that are trying to get things done, look to those who are and reach out to ask, how'd you do it? You know, not that you need any more work to do, but it would be nice to see people reaching out to each other to see what can be done out there that's not already being done where I am or where they are. Thank you.
With the parents?
Yep.
I like that. And the community?
Monthly
And Chicken
meetings
Hut is
with the
still
parents.
on site.
Yeah.
What, about 100 years now, I think? Yes, and you have the right color.
Thank you. I did have one question. It seemed like there was a letter attached about financial noncompliance cautionary, something that was in what it seems like that. Is this a new?
That was recent. I think we just got that information like on Friday. So I can look back over it because I didn't have time to put it into their data sheet.
So it's SS 200. It's the filling out of a sheet on personnel, full-time employees. And that was done later than the identified deadline, but it was done.
It just seems to me that there's been like a new category of things that are becoming financially non-compliant out of the business office. Is there like a new, is there been something released by the school business to let us know what those things are that could cause you to be financially non-compliant? This isn't the only school that I've seen this cautionary status, and then it turns into all of a sudden a non-compliance when, you know, a month later or something. I guess I'm not up to speed on how these things are being decided in school business.
Not to my knowledge, but they will be here in January, the division, to present the financial data on the renewal schools. So that might be a good opportunity.
Yeah, just want to echo Dr. Eldridge a little bit and congratulate you on the work that you're doing. Also, you know, you're busy running a school, your head's down all the time, and we recognize that, but I wonder what this board and what this state can do to think about how we take examples like this, Henderson Collegiate, Durham Charter, and how we create ecosystems so that increasingly more kids can learn. Final point is we have a lot of charters that come through here, a lot of schools that come through here, and they make excuses for their demographic. And you didn't do that once. So that values alignment really shine. No, I guess not. I understand it fine. The values alignment and that commitment to students, regardless of circumstance, really shines through, and your results show that. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would briefly like to respond to what you said. There are two things that we're doing as a board. One is that we're producing a series of scientific papers for academic journals that really detail what we've done. We also have a book coming out in early 2026 that really focuses on leadership in the position of chairman of a charter school board. So we're trying to do exactly what you said.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for the work you guys are doing and presentation this morning. Mr. Godby, I am going to take the banter back there, or the mantle, I guess, on your website, and there's no minutes since December of 2024. So we need to get that corrected before we make a vote
It
later
will
this
be
spring.
corrected within the next 3 hours. I'll make sure it might be a link because I put it in a specific folder and it's supposed to automatically update. So I'll double check on that.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the 24-25 school year. Yep, thank you. Okay.
And what's keeping the school, just looking at the guidelines that we're using, Jenna, what's keeping this from a 10-year renewal?
Their academic comparability in 22-23 was 6 points behind the LEA, and the cutoff is 5 points behind the LEA.
So this could be a latitude of a board, because I know it's not legislatively, but this could still be a recommendation for a 10-year renewal.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's that comparability metric of 5 is up for our discretion, always.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Gate City Charter Academy. They are a K-8 school in Guilford County. You see their enrollment listed, and they were last given a renewal in 2021 for 5 years. They have fully participated in the renewal process. In 22-23, they performed at a D. In 23-24, they had a C, and then 24-25 also at a C. And they have met growth in 2 out of the last 3 years. They have been comparable to their local LEA in 2 out of the last 3 years as well. And you can see their subgroup comparability. The Office of Charter Schools is not aware of any compliance or financial issues currently. And I do believe this school is going to be giving their presentation virtually. They reached out due to the possible inclement weather. So I believe I have folks online. So I'll invite them to give their presentation now.
Thank you, Jenna. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Okay. My name is Hillary Clancy, and I'm the principal of Gate City Charter Academy. I apologize that we can't be there today due to the impending weather. I'm also joined today by my board president, Mr. Jeff Phillips, who would like to open us up.
Thank you, Principal Clancy. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, super. Good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to be with you. We're very sorry not to be able to be with you in person due to the weather, as Hillary mentioned. Again, my name is Jeff Phillips. I'm the president of our board at Gate City Charter Academy, was founding board member from back in the earliest of days in our school's development and initial opening about 10 years ago. It's always been a distinct honor and privilege, along with other board members, to serve the children and families of East Greensboro and the surrounding area. Frankly, they are and always have been the reason we do what we do. For those that are not aware, Gate City Charter Academy was one of the first charter schools to open in East Greensboro, a part of Greensboro that was significantly underserved at that time, where charter school opportunities were concerned. And for this and many other reasons, Gate City is very near and dear to my heart and to the hearts of every board member and all of our leadership team. I'm excited to ask Principal Clancy to share some of our more recent progress. Principal Clancy was a teacher when we opened the school. She quickly rose to the position of dean, held that position for many years, and more recently took the helm as our principal. And I told NHA representatives and our board at the time that she was the one person I would want in our principal's position if ever a change were necessary. And thankfully that, in fact, became the situation. And Principal Clancy knows and loves Gate City Charter Academy like few others. She's been a part of our progress every step of the way. She's always been dedicated and incredibly committed to the children and families that we serve. And for that, I and our board are very grateful and look forward to her continued leadership for many years to come. And before I turn things back over to Principal Clancy, I'll also want to give a shout out of thanks and appreciation to our former principal, Dr. Natasha Robertson, who led us for many years until taking the helm at our East Greensboro sister school, Summit Creek Academy. And I understand you all met her a few weeks ago. She is very impressive, no doubt. And Dr. Robertson led us through some of our best and some of our most challenging times with dedication and passion for Gate City Charter Academy's success in mind, in mind at every turn. At every turn. We are forever in her debt and incredibly grateful for her leadership when it counted the most. And with that, thank you again for your time and consideration, and I'll turn things back over to Principal Clancy.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm also joined today by DSQ Hill, who is our school superintendent. She's joining us virtually. Good morning again. My name is Hillary Clancy, and I'm the principal of Gate City Charter Academy. I want to start by thanking the Office of Charter Schools and the Charter School Review Board. I have been at Gate City before this building was even built. I have taught kindergarten, served as academic specialist, K-2 dean, and middle school dean before transitioning into the role of principal in late spring of last year. I'm excited to share through teamwork, perseverance, and an unwavering commitment to doing what is best for students, our school continues to show increases in growth and proficiency that outperform both our district and our closest neighboring schools. So Gate City believes that high standards and quality instruction support a learning environment where achievement thrives and where students are instilled with a commitment to academic excellence and personal responsibility. So Gate City currently serves 684 students, where 86% are economically disadvantaged, 13% are students with disabilities, and 9% are English language learners. I want to talk to you a little bit about our student achievement and growth. You can go on to the next slide. Thank you. Over the charter term, Gate City improved proficiency rates by 13 percentage points overall and demonstrated strong student growth. Notable improvement was made in reading and math achievement, with reading proficiency increasing by 20 percentage points and math by 11 percentage points from 22-23 to 24-25, while science results remained steady. Our growth, Gate City met growth in 2 of the last 3 years and came within 0.1 points of meeting growth in 24-25. In 24-25, the majority of our grades and subject combinations, 9 out of 13, met or exceeded growth, including 3 of the 5 grades in math. Reading growth was strong, with every grade except 4th meeting growth expectations. The growth index averaged over the last 3 years is negative 1.5, which is meeting growth expectations and shows stable, positive long-term growth. On the next slide, I'll talk to you about our performance comparisons. Gate City has consistently outperformed its closest schools over the charter term, and in 24-25 outperformed Guilford County. Gate City consistently outperformed the average proficiency rate of our closest schools, and in 24-25 exceeded the overall proficiency of each individual school. This is a significant achievement, as Gate City has the highest proportion of economically disadvantaged students among its nearest comparison schools. So I would like to draw your attention to the graph in green that shows where Gate City last year outperformed the closest schools by 19%. In comparison to Guilford County, Gate City's overall proficiency has been comparable to Guilford County in 2 of the past 3 years, and the school outperformed the district in 24-25, demonstrating consistent and growing achievement. Gate City successfully closed the performance gap, with Guilford County outperforming the district by 3 percentage points in 24-25. This is noteworthy as we serve a higher proportion of economically disadvantaged students, from 85% to their 53%. We're going to keep moving through the subgroup comparison. Gate City's overall proficiency was comparable to Guilford County in 2 of the past 3 years and exceeded the district in 24-25. Our subgroup comparison to Guilford County is our Black and Hispanic students at Gate City have outperformed their district peers consistently over the past 3 years. Our economically disadvantaged and English language learners at Gate City have exceeded proficiency rates of their Guilford County peers the past 2 of 3 years and have widened that gap over time, demonstrating exceptional progress and targeted instructional success. Our tenure and subgroup performance, our students who stay at Gate City grow academically, and both economically disadvantaged and English language learners have consistently outperformed their state peers. So proficiency by students that have stayed, that have been at Gate City for 3 or more years, have outperformed their peers by at least 17 percentage points since 22-23. Additionally, the proficiency of 3+ year students improved from 22-23 to 24-25 by 16 percentage points, indicating strong, sustained academic progress. Our ED and EL proficiency compared to North Carolina, at Gate City, they achieved higher proficiency rates compared to their state peers in 23-24 and 24-25. Additionally, our economically disadvantaged proficiency increased by 14 percentage points, and our English language learner proficiency increased by 17 percentage points from 22-23 to 24-25, reflecting the impact of targeted instructional supports. In summary, Gate City regularly collects for improvement priorities, collects and analyzes a variety of data to identify improvement efforts. We will continue to focus on the following areas of improvement in the new charter term. We're analyzing data to adjust teaching, instructional methodology, and engagement strategies according to the student needs. We're going to include a high focus in 4th grade based on their EVOS data from last year, providing staff with high quality, ongoing professional development, partnering with families to develop their academic understanding. Successes this charter term. Throughout the charter term, we have successfully implemented our mission to provide a learning environment where achievement thrives. For example, our overall achievement increased by 13 percentage points throughout the charter term. We met growth in 2 of the last 3 years and came within 0.1 points of meeting growth in 24-25. We successfully closed the performance gap with Guilford County, outperforming the district by 3 percentage points in 24-25. And our ED and EL students at Gate City achieved higher proficiency rates compared to their state peers in both 23-24 and 24-25. We have complied with state and federal law throughout the charter term. We have been financially compliant and organizationally sound, and our committed board continues to provide governance and oversight, ensuring that we maintain alignment to our mission. I'm really proud to serve as the leader of Gate City Charter, and I know that through our continued growth, collaboration, and commitment to excellence, we will remain the best choice for our students and families. Thank you for learning more about Gate City. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you so much. And thank you for coming in remotely today. Any questions from board members? Again, this is a school fitting into our guidelines, fits sort of in the 7-year category based upon past performance and other indicators as well.
Man, the trends are great. This is Dr. Elgic, you guys are to be commended. It looks like everything is starting to click at your school. That final column, everybody being in green for comparison, is really something you should be proud of. And one of the things that I like to look for is over a 3-year period of time, how you compare to yourselves and what you've done for your students. Maybe not so much as against the LEA, but the numbers themselves from year to year to year for your students. And even those are looking pretty strong. So congratulations on the work that you all have been doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments? Just a reminder, make sure your board minutes are up to date on your website for those listening in. There I am. So, okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And again, we'll be taking a vote on all renewals later in the winter, early spring.
Right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Okay, I think we are almost right on schedule, so we're going to take a break. Actually, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Let's take a break. Let's make it, is Success Institute here? Do we know, are they coming in person or remotely? Okay. Let's take let's come back at like 10:35 and we'll adjust if you're still waiting for your colleagues to be here. So we'll take a break till 10:30.
to those resources like Piedmont Mediation, which is a local mental health center, our health department, the early colleges, some of the local high schools, JRTC programs, the public library, YMCA, and other programs, which benefits our students and the parents because they know and puts the faces in front of the community partners of the students that we have in our school. So when they go out in the community, they know these people and they already have access to those resources. Next slide. Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members?
Jenna, I have a question. Maybe this is for you. I'm sorry, I caught you off guard there. There's something confusing about the data in that third column.
Yeah.
How they're 21 points behind their LEA, but when you look at the comparability data underneath it, it's only one area that's minus 7.5.
Yeah, the only thing I can guess is that a lot of data is masked there. So because they have such a small population, it's not saying that there are no like American Indian or Asian students in the school. It's saying that that number is not a high enough number to show that data. So my only guess is that if you grouped all of those students together, that's how they got that number. I can also double check my work there.
Yeah, because that would be a huge, I mean, I would imagine that would have to be a pretty massive number to go from 7.5 to 21.1. I mean, but I could be wrong there, but it was also confusing that they dropped from 42 to 33.6 and exceeded.
Right.
Like that number seems to be, there's just something about that data that seems squonky to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think, if you could look into that, because you indicated that 82% of your students are economically disadvantaged. So that's just looking at last year's data, that's basically 70 of the 85 kids in your school are economically disadvantaged. But they're only 7.5 points behind the local LEA, but then
their own score.
Then 21 points behind. It just doesn't, something.
And their own score went from 42,
I'm not a mathematician, but
42 last year to 31 this year.
And with such a small school population, I imagine it only takes a student or two to really sway the data. I was incorrect in my statement about a large number because it could be just a small number, but that 82% just seems, I don't know, it's just something about numbers. We've mentioned it. It's all good. But I mean, overall, looking at seeing you guys are meeting and exceeding, exceeding growth means a lot, right? So that means a lot of good work has been done to do that. So thank you for that.
What is the breakdown? Like, what is your percentage of white students? 3%? Because that's not listed in the subgroup data. That could be a large number if they're comparing it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if you're comparing it to the district, and the district is, really high in that place. I have no idea, but it's just a possibility.
Kids. So they said they had 105 currently.
Correct. We grew 20% this year. Yes, sir. The new space, it afforded us to have up our enrollment to a lot more spaces, so we was able to grow.
So the photograph in your presentation is your new building?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in it?
We got approved July 28th. We started moving August 4th. We opened school on August 11th.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Is the school the entire building? You don't share it with?
We share it with the Boys and Girls Club,
Okay.
but their operational hours is 2:30 to 6:30, and we dismiss when their students start coming in. So the local LEA dismisses at 2:15.
arrangement.
So
Thank you.
So ultimately, what is your ADM capacity
the
that you're
ADM
dreaming about?
that 200 right now. Yes, ma'am.
And what are your specific interventions that you're going to use to improve or fill gaps?
We're using blended learning interventions where we have built-in interventionists within the schedule that targets the academic gaps of our students from 3rd through 8th grade. So once they go into that class that's built into their schedule, that teacher in that classroom is able to pull their data from already EOG scores, and they can work on where the deficits are, and they visit it. And we do diagnostics monthly where they can target on those areas as well to track the growth. And the students also document everything so they can see the growth in improvements or themselves.
Did you get a chance to address the financial non-compliance? Have you guys spoken to that yet? I'll give you a chance to go ahead and to address that.
Okay, for the progress monitoring, to add to that question, our instructional system uses data to guide every step of our learning. The core instruction provides rigorous grade level lessons which target interventions, which specifically helps with the learning gaps, and accelerated learning, as Mr. Martin mentioned, supports the high growth of the students. And we look at the progress monitoring, which includes not just the teachers monitoring, but the students monitoring, and looking at how they manage their time, and conclusive with this data to help parents to navigate, to support how their children are spending their time, and then ways that they can close those gaps by spending, changing some of their daily form processes to do so. And so our professional learning communities include the core evidence base, differentiated instruction, targeted instruction, again, which focuses on instruction, small group, reteach, individual support, and core instruction. And our progress monitoring assesses reading, benchmark checks, and data internet, which includes accelerated learning. To answer the deficit last year, since the year 2000, Success Institute has always ended in a positive credit. Last year, there was some misunderstanding with that, some of the ESSER funds, and so we ended up thinking the funds were there, but they were not there. So we did decrease that deficit, and we're now moved into the positive.
Any other questions or comments?
Has your June 30 audit been completed and submitted?
Yes.
And were there any findings in the audit?
No.
And did you have a positive fund balance?
Yes.
In
Yes.
this past fiscal year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all have a great reputation in town. I happen to live in Statesville. So now there's rumors that Boys and Girls Club is going to close. Would that affect your using their building, or I don't know if you heard that?
No, sir. Since I actually am a sitting person on the board, I have direct knowledge of that, and there is a rumor and that they are selling, and it's supposed to take place before the end of the school year. But there has been verbal conversation and commitment that Success Institute will still be allowed to be in there for multiple years, even if the city or whomever buys the building. So we're safe and ready to continue thriving and growing.
Do you have a multi-year lease?
As of right now, no, but in the board meeting, it is documented in the minutes that the potential buyer said that they were willing to give us a multi-year lease at the same rate if they purchase the building.
I like the in writing part.
Yes.
You might want
Me too.
you might want to work on that in writing part.
Yes.
Hope tends to not be a great strategy.
Right. It's amazing how quickly the wind blows if you don't have something down right. But once again, last thing for me, and I don't, but 3-year, 5-year, 7-year recommendations. So keep up the good work. Don't take the foot off the gas pedal.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, next is Union Day School. They are a K-12 school in Union County. You can see their enrollment listed. They first opened in 2016, were last renewed in 2021 with a 5-year renewal. They have fully participated in the renewal process thus far. In the last 3 years, they have performed at a letter grade of C, and they have met or exceeded growth in 2 out of the last 3 years. They are not on any low performing status and have not been comparable to their LEA in the last 3 years, although you can see some subgroup comparability below. The Office of Charter Schools does not currently have any notice of compliance or financial warnings. They have been placed at a 5-year renewal, and this is due to meeting or exceeding growth in 2 out of the last 3 years. And so at this time, I will invite the school leadership and board to give you their presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Lovell. I am the board chair. I would like to do some brief introductions of the team that came up today. Representing our administrative folks is Jolie Lord, our executive director, Sherry Henry, our curriculum coordinator, Graham Foster, our head of upper school, Dr. Dorothea Heath, head of our lower school, and Mike Nardelli, who is our exceptional children director. Representing the board, myself, is also Joan Mizzou, Joanna Wise, and Boyce Teese. I'd like to turn over the presentation now to our executive director, Jolie Lord.
Great, thank you. So if we can go ahead and begin, if you have specific questions, I'm happy to take those as we're going through. So if you want to stop me, please let me know. I've been told I talk really fast, so slow me down if you need to. So again, I am Jolie Lord from Union Day School. Thank you so much for allowing myself and my team to come and speak with you about our lovely school, all of the things that we are doing right there in Union County. So even though we are in Union County, we sit on the line between Union and MEC. So we also serve children in Anson County. We have children coming from Cabarrus County, Randolph County, and Stanley County. So we serve children in 6 different counties in North Carolina. So you have there, and you have heard our statistics over the last 3 years. So just to highlight some of those in the interest of time, we have the school achievement score for 23 at 63, 24 at 57, and 25 at 63. Our growth score in 23 was 87, then 64 in 24, and 77 in 25. So some academic trends that we have noticed, and my team, I will tell you, is extremely reflective. So we spend a lot of time looking at our data as a whole. So some of the trends that you see here, we have a student achievement growth of 6.3 points from 24 to 25. Then the growth is 12.8 from 24 to 25, and an 8-point growth in our performance score from 24 to 25. All of our subgroups either stayed where they were. We did have, I do want to point out, if you'll take a minute and see the insert there of our English learner growth. So that is, for us, we think an amazing point here in all of our growth. We have 10 different languages that are spoken in our school. And over the course of several years, we have begun to exit children from this program. So we have looked at this program when we all came on board and knew what we needed to do. We needed to bring in someone who was very experienced with multi-language children. So we found a very experienced EML teacher. We brought her on board in 23, and all of a sudden you can see there that we have had tremendous growth with her there. And she has exited 18 children in the program over the time that she has been with us in the last 2 years. So then the one that you see down at the bottom that has had some decline is our students with disabilities. So if you'll go to the next slide, that's actually where we are going to begin. So our 3 areas of target. So we had to narrow them down to 3, or the font would be so small even I couldn't read it. So the first one is strengthening outcomes for students with disabilities. So we have a full plan, and the EC director is here with the specifics on that, but I'll try and highlight some of that for you. So in 23, they discharged 8% of our EC population. In 24, we discharged 13% of the EC population, and in 25, 12% of the EC population. So the plans moving forward for our EC department is that they will continue to do more push into the classroom, allowing for that gen ed teacher to have more support in the classroom and to also have modeling in the classroom. EC will continue to increase the amount of standards aligned goals in their IEP to help support gen ed. And additionally, the IEPs will continue to reflect foundational skills that are prerequisite to the grade level work that our students are being asked to do. Moving on to the second, we realized that we needed to do more enhanced professional development. So the first thing that we decided to do was to go from monthly PD to weekly PD. So both heads are handle those PDs, and they do those separate. As you can imagine, a kindergarten teacher doesn't need the same PD that a high school teacher does. So some of the PDs that we have done have been at quality lessons, introduction to differentiation, which we do every year for any teacher, even if they are returning to us, the science of learning, inquiry in the classroom, and then our head of upper school is doing a book study teaching for excellence. And every week he pulls out one thing that the teachers are then charged to get back to the classroom to do. So they might do power vocabulary grid or reflective prompts. So he pulls one of those activities out, they discuss it during that time, and then teachers go back and implement those skills. And then the last target area you see is the retention of highly qualified teachers. And this is where I actually want to thank my board for their part in this. So as you can see, the school pays for the recertification of teachers. We pay 100% of that. If your initial certification, we pay for all of that. So if you have the ability to be certified in North Carolina, we will pay that expense for you. The board, again, is paying 100% of the employees' insurance. So the health insurance comes at no cost to our employees. And I do thank them for that. The second thing that has been a real passion for the board, as well as myself as a former classroom teacher, is to make sure that each teacher has a budget. You need something, it doesn't need to come out of your pocket. So the board has given each classroom teacher a certain amount of money to spend in the way that they see fit, so that they are not coming out of their own pocket for that. And then last is our discipline policy. So as administration and as board, we want to make sure that our classrooms are there to instruct our children. And that if we've got a child that needs to come out for a minute, then our heads are not sitting in an office. They're roaming the halls. They're accessible all of the time. This year, we have added a dean of students who is even more accessible. So if, say, Mr. Foster is doing the observation in high school, there's a discipline problem, then the dean of students can step in there. So we have structured our discipline policy so that it supports classroom instruction. Right? So our strategies for success. So some of the things that we have done over the course of the 2 years. So this is Sherry Henry. So Ms. Henry is also our MTSS director, and you'll see on here that MTSS is part of the instructional and design academic programming that we have. So we're going to let her speak to some of that.
So something that we've done is double blocked our math. You saw that our data had declined in math. We recognized that some of our students needed more than just an A day or a B day. With that, we've seen 47% increase in our 8th grade. We've seen overall a 25% average improvement in our middle school math due to that. We've also integrated ELA into our social studies blocks. Our social studies teachers are ELA teachers. And what they are doing is working in collaboration with the ELA teacher to make sure that students are understanding that informational text, which is usually the hardest on the EOG. With that, we saw in 7th grade a 35% improvement. MTSS is also pushing in, our interventionists are pushing into classrooms as well as pulling out. We have an additional ELA support person, and all of her students met growth. After school this year started earlier. We started it in Q1.
Yeah, so that's the after-school tutoring. In previous years, we usually started about Q3. And so this year we decided we would start that in Q1. So we catch those children before they truly start to get behind.
We are also doing very regular data meetings. And in those data meetings, it allows us to identify trends. It allows us to adjust teaching, instructional improvement, and find better strategies to meet our students' needs.
So that was targeted student support and intervention. So then the third thing is the data-driven instruction, which you heard Ms. Henry talking about. We went and started to increase those data meetings so we could reach those children, change the instruction a lot sooner. So you can see there that this year we are adding SchoolNet testing. Last year we added the NC check-ins, which gave us an additional piece. So now on top of that, we are having our staff do SchoolNet testing as well. So we're able to get a pulse on our kids a lot sooner than we had with a check-in or with MAP data. So on section 4, the enrichment and extending of our learning, we are now, we do not have an actual certified AIG program, but we have hired a former AIG teacher who has since retired. We will be working, we kind of missed that 3-year cycle by a couple of months of getting in place to get an actual AIG certified program. But she is pulling kids starting in kindergarten to start working with those students that have identified gifted needs. We're also pulling in Word Masters starting in 3rd grade. So they'll be doing Word Masters in 3rd through 8th grade. We are doing Math Olympiad in grades 4 to 8. And to catch 2nd and 3rd, and to catch our 9th graders, we are doing Continental Math. And the last thing on there is that we are doing whole school reading intervention, whole school reading incentive, excuse me. So with that, we've charged our media specialists to really take on a one school mentality. And that's kind of been our goal this year is, even though we've got an upper school and a lower school, which can be a little tricky when you're a K-12 school, is to coalesce everyone together. And what we're doing is to have her leading the way in that. So last year we increased our circulation statistics by 50%. We are on track to double that again this year. We also looked at what summer reading was actually doing for us. And so now we've made summer reading deliverables. So when you come back in at the end of August, I'm going to have you give me something that is going to be graded. So that summer reading has now become somewhat mandatory for all of our students. We've also opened our library during the summer. So this is the second summer that we have done that. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm almost done. I can skip on. Success. So there you can see, it looks like I mentioned IB twice. I did. We are IB certified for the middle years program and then for the diploma program. So children can begin in 6th grade with the with the IB program MYP, and then they will finish out in 12th grade with the DP program. And as you can see, we are the first and only North Carolina charter school to be IB certified. This year we won one of Charlotte's best charter schools that was open to every charter school in the Charlotte metro area. And I am going to update that last stat for you. When I turned that in, we were at $680,000 in scholarships. It is now $760 and some change. We expect those scholarships for our seniors to reach $1 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions from board members or comments?
I don't know why they just saw this, Jenna, but for the K-12 schools, is there a way to break out the high school data is so much different than the K-8, to kind of see how those things play into each other? Because, oftentimes I see the high schools give the elementary and middle schools a bump because of the graduation rate, so it'd be interesting to see how those two things impact each other.
Yeah, there's not necessarily a composite score that they can get, but I can break it down by like grades 3 through 8, grades 9, 12, if you want to see it for those schools.
Yeah, I mean, not this year, obviously, but in the future, if there's a way to do that, just because I think it does tell a different story about what's happening at the elementary, middle, and then how the high school is impacting that score. How many students do you have in your high school? Thank you, Jenna.
Oh, high school's got 100.
150?
115. So this is our first year for 12th grade.
So the high school's 4 years old then. Okay. Gotcha.
How many students do you have total?
650.
What was the reason for the dip in enrollment from 24 to 25?
I'm sorry, did you say dip in enrollment?
In 23, 24, you had 645 and then 617.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So we did, the way that our IB went, we got paused for COVID. And so we actually came online with authorization just a little bit later. So as soon as we got that authorization and people started to see, this is real, this is really happening, then I think they realized that maybe we were not the best fit for them. And as an IB school, we understand that. We understand that when you're coming in and we're saying to you that every 6th grader is going to be taking advanced math, some people go, oh, that's not what I want. Oh, I don't have a choice in doing AP or dual enrollment. All I can do is DP. Yes, that's correct. Oh, I don't have anything except these MYP courses. Yes, that's correct.
That's good. Thank you. Other comments or questions? We really appreciate you taking the time to come in here today and
I did
drive over.
I do want to say that's maybe the largest group that, since I've been on the board, that I've seen here to come in for a renewal presentation. So thank you all for taking your time out to do that today.
Thank you.
All right. The last school for today we have is Asheville Peak Academy. They are an approved K-8 school, but I believe currently operating K-7 in Asheville City Schools District. And you can see their enrollment listed. This is their first renewal. They were first approved in 2021 with a 5-year charter. And so they're coming for their first renewal. They have fully participated in the renewal process thus far. They have exceeded growth in 2 out of the last 3 years. Last year performed at a C, and the year before performed at a D. We don't have the performance grade or growth data purely just because there wasn't enough data, so it's masked there. Is why you see that in A. They have not been on any type of low performing status in the last 3 years. They were comparable in 22-23, but were not comparable in 23-24 or 24-25 overall. But you can see lots of subgroup comparability listed within that subgroup data. As far as compliance goes, we do have a notification of some ongoing non-compliance within the Office of Exceptional Children. So this has been some different indicators, but since 2022-2023 school year, there have been, the school has had letters of non-compliance from the Office of Exceptional Children. And then for their financial standing, they are currently on financial noncompliance probationary status based on initially on their 23 audit, and then it continued for their 24 audit. And so the Office of School Business will need to give you all an update based on their FY25 audit. There is a notification there for an audit finding from November of 2025. I did get notified late Friday that has since been corrected. So you can cross that off your list. They've since corrected those findings for their single audit report. The school has been placed at a 3-year renewal due to the compliance issues noted. And so at this time, I will invite the school leadership and board to give you their renewal presentation.
Jenna, before you go, when you say the compliance issues, are you speaking, because you said that the one November 2025 has been corrected?
No, that's just the audit findings. That doesn't fully mean whether or not they will be taken off financial noncompliance. So the Office of School Business will have to tell you for sure. So they are currently on financial noncompliance. But there's like individual audit findings that we get from the Office of School Business as well. Those individual findings have been corrected as far as I understand, but we do not have an update on their financial noncompliance status. That will have to come in January.
Will the EC folks be there in January as well to tell us what's up with this?
Can ask as well if you would like, if you have questions for them. I did ask before just to give us an understanding of what indicator 11 and what PCR means. So from my understanding, PCR is a programmatic review. So they are randomly pulling student folders and checking for compliance that way. So it looks like that PCR, they had non-compliance in 23-24. The indicator 11, which is what seems to be the consistent since 2022 issues, are whether or not the school is compliant with the 90-day timeline of when a student is referred to they have 90 days to get that student either evaluated and placed in services or evaluated and say the student does not qualify for services. And so those percentages are the percentage of students that are meeting that timeline. And so that seems to be where the non-compliance is coming from. They did say that when I reached out, not formally, but they do believe they will also have non-compliant findings for the 24-25 school year for indicator 11 as well.
So either if they can come or give us at least something in writing to let us know exactly what's in that. Thank you.
Will do.
Good morning. And just as a reminder, as we're sharing with all applicants or our schools, 20 minutes total, which includes our questions. So, yeah.
Thank you. My name's Kadada Wynn. I am the Executive Director of Asheville Peak Academy. I have supporting me today my board members, the board chair, David Robinson. I have Arlene Steers, our assistant principal, Dante Burnett, he is the Dean of Culture and Community, and Ms. Joyce Hicks, she is our financial controller. I would like to go to slide 2, please. I would like to start with the academic overview. Asheville Peak Academy continues to demonstrate strong organizational and academic growth, positioning the school for long-term sustainability and success. Asheville Peak Academy surpassed state expectations and for growth for the second consecutive year in a row. We improved our school's performance grade from a D to a C within 1 year, and we maintained academic progress despite hurricane disruptions. We exceeded academic growth in all subgroups. Asheville Peak Academy serves 67% economically disadvantaged students, and 95% BIPOC scholars, and 74% of our scholars identify as Black. We have restorative and trauma-informed practices, and they remain a priority in our school culture. If you look at the graph to the right, it's the 4-year 2024 academic growth by our subgroups. Economically disadvantaged, we surpassed Asheville City Schools by performing 85% compliant. In regards to our white subgroup, we do not have a large enough number of white scholars at our school to compare to Asheville City Schools. Right now, 5% of our scholars are white, identify as white. As Black, 87.1% of our scholars surpassed Asheville City Schools, and 2 of Asheville City Schools do not have enough Black scholars in their schools to be comparable to Asheville Peak Academy. And all in all, we surpassed academic growth by 85.8% growth. Our enrollment growth went from 77 to 87, from 87 to 154, and from 154 to 162. I've been in front of you guys before in year-end 2023 asking to expand our school and grow not just 1 grade level, but 2. And when you all did take the risk with Asheville Peak Academy, from 23 to year-end 2024, our enrollment grew 77%. We maintained a scholar wait list for 2 consecutive years. That reflects strong confidence and demand from our families. We demonstrate continued community interest and enrollment momentum. Our growth dependency right now is solely on the capability and the capacity of the building in which we are in. We don't have much room to grow. That's why we are confidently and with respect asking for a 7-year renewal so that we can build a building and lift our wait list and continue to demonstrate the academic successes we have with more community partners and scholars. For academic trends for Asheville Peak Academy, the 2-year math trend and a 2-year reading performance trend, it may seem that there's a dip in 23 and 24. I ask that you remember we had a 77% increase in enrollment. We took enrollment across the board, K through 5 at that time. So they came to us. We had to meet them where they are. I want to remind the board that 100% of our scholars grew, although that there was a few scholars that we had to meet where they are and push them forward. Parents consistently express their children's confidence has flourished since joining Asheville Peak Academy. Down below, the graphs show math performance, reading performance, and science performance in comparison to Asheville City Schools. Asheville Peak Academy's Black scholars outperformed their ACS peers in math proficiency. APA maintained higher performance level for key subgroups. Asheville Peak Academy Black scholars exhibited high reading performance and than Asheville City Schools Black scholars. One Asheville City School did not have sufficient number of Black scholars to include in the comparison. And for science, Asheville Peak Academy's Black scholars demonstrated substantially higher science performance than Asheville City School scholars. And I can say that Ms. Arlene Steers, that stands behind me, who is now our assistant principal, was the teacher at the time in the classroom responsible for that substantial amount of growth in science. I'm proud to say that now she's my right hand as the assistant principal, and she pushes into every classroom to ensure that every teacher has the skill set to push the scholars forward so we can see them thrive. Next slide, please. Growth and challenges. So with growth, we are remaining steadfast in our mission to close the achievement gap. We continue to deliver measurable academic growth and social emotional development. I'd like to stop and pause here just for a second to say that we know it with such a tenacious mission of closing the achievement gap, the scholars we serve will also come with a full layer of trauma. So we make sure that we engage we prioritize their social and emotional development as well. And Mr. Dante Burnett started with us as a student services provider. Now he is the Dean of Culture and Community, and we continue to thrive because our students continue to grow and balance socially and emotionally as well. It's very important to us that they do so. We developed a strategic plan to enhance efficiency, growth, and sustainability, and we increased enrollment capacity, diversified revenue, and strengthened financial stability. Now for our challenges. And we know we have some. Moving into the challenges and strategic response section. One of the key areas we've been focused on is strengthening our overall governance and improving financial oversight. That means taking a closer look at our internal controls and ensuring our financial policies are strong and effective. This has been an important priority as we work to create more stability across the entire organization. Two critically important areas of focus are financial sustainability and adherence to internal controls and policies. While we've experienced past concerns related to financial instability, we've taken intentional steps to strengthen our internal processes, stabilize cash flow, and eliminate revenue fluctuations. This includes improving financial controls, continuing astute expense management, and implementing new revenue building strategies. With these actions, we are positioning Peak for sustainable financial health. We will continue to provide transparency, and another opportunity we had and are addressing is the expansion of the board of directors and strengthening subcommittees to support strategic growth and organizational balance. Our two most recent appointed board members have joined us today, Vice Mayor Antoinette Mosley and Councilwoman Shanika Smith, alongside the other board of directors who shows me full support and believing in Asheville Peak Academy. Advance the culture of accountability and excellence to ensure continued integrity, transparency, and scholar well-being. So it done something to me when we continue to have an issue with the EC department. We grew from 11 scholars to 42 within a year. We also had to figure out how to grow with the need of the scholars in regards to the contracted people that we decided that could help. I acknowledge that strengthening our culture of accountability and excellence, particularly with the EC department, has been a critical area of need, and I take full responsibility for ensuring we meet the standards moving forward. We have intentionally focused on improving internal transparency and safeguarding scholars' well-being, addressing past gaps, and putting systems into place to prevent delays or missed services. I recognize we must be better prepared for unexpected circumstances such as natural disasters or partnership changes. And now we are practicing and proactively positioning ourselves to stay ahead of the IDEA requirements rather than responding reactively. As we prepare for continued growth, I am committed to prioritizing scholar well-being and securing the resources needed to manage growing pains without compromising service delivery. I am proud to share that our EC program has grown from serving 11 to over 40 scholars, all of whom are currently in good standing. With the professional support of Dr. Cox and Mrs. Heather Cox, we have fully completed all compensatory services and addressed every corrective action item identified in our program compliance review. Our focus remains forward and clear. We will remain ready and ready so that we don't have to fall behind again, ensuring timely, high-quality service for every scholar we serve. Next slide, please. Scholar and school success highlights. I know this may sound a little redundant, but our scholars keep performing and exceeding growth year after year. 100% of our scholars have grew in some capacity since the inception of Asheville Peak Academy in 2021. Students' discipline and suspension rates remain at exceptionally low, reflecting a strong culture of respect, responsibility, and restorative practices. All K through 7 scholars learn Spanish, equipping them with bilingual skills that enhance communication, critical thinking, and future academic and career opportunities, while fostering meaningful connections across our diverse student body population. 8% of our scholars identify as Hispanic. School highlights. We were honored to be recognized as the second best charter school in Asheville by the citizens of Asheville, North Carolina, reflecting our commitment to high quality education and trauma-informed and community trust. We are mission driven and have an impact. We continue to advance our mission of closing the achievement gap, ensuring all scholars have equitable access to rigorous academics, mental health care, and transformative opportunities. Strategic growth. In conversation with the executive level partners in the city of Asheville, we are speaking to them to secure land for a new campus, expanding our reach while maintaining the high standard that serves students who are mostly impacted by the achievement gap in Buncombe County. In your review packets, you will see that there are 2 letters of support for Asheville Peak Academy from the Housing Authority and from the City of Asheville so that we can secure land to build a new school facility. Our renewal term and next steps, renewal request, 7 years, and we're asking for such a high number of years so that our school can be built before our next renewal period expires. That would give, if we had a high number of renewal years, it would give our partners the confidence to say yes about lending us the land and giving us the opportunity to expand our reach and uplift our wait lists. We are confident in Peak's ability to have sustained ADM growth and continued demand in all grade levels. Secondly, we are committed to the superior business process, governance practice, and financial and procedural controls to sustain Peak and support academic and business growth. Now, while I know for me personally, I understood the makings of a school and the emotional part in getting the community buy-in, I know that I need to strengthen the business aspect, and I have reached out to some very strong business owners here by my side to help me strengthen my wherewithal and my capacity in regards to business and the school as a whole. The next step is strategic planning. We maintain an unwavering focus on high academic and emotional standards for holistic development. We continue implementing strategies across the position of Peak as a model of excellence, equity, and opportunity. We expand our reach and impact by eliminating barriers to access and advancing Peak's mission of closing that achievement gap. Financial sustainability, we're going to strengthen and maintain robust internal control procedures that meet or exceed audit standards. We ensure long-term financial stability through sound fiscal management and resource optimization. We invest in staff resources and professional development to sustain high-quality instruction and operational excellence.
I'm just going to, we need to reserve time for our questions.
Yes, sir.
We're up against the allotted time.
Okay, yes, sir. We're committed to securing a dedicated physical space necessary to accommodate growth and eliminate our wait lists. Ready for questions?
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Questions or comments from board members?
Did I hear you say that you've addressed all the the areas that were under the non-compliance for exceptional children?
Yes, sir.
They've all been rectified.
Yes, sir. Right now, all 41 of our scholars are in good standing, and that is only because of the exceptional help of Dr. Cox and Miss Heather Cox.
Is that including the ones that they say are coming in 24, 25?
I believe, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're in good standing. So with Dr. Cox, she wants to see some continuation of that. We have a scholar that's in queue, so she wants to make sure that he has his hearing screening before December 19th.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's keeping you from hitting your 90-day goal for
Well-
your indicator 11? I mean, because it's been the same problem for,
Mhm.
you went, basically you're 0%.
What's keeping us from hitting? So there were two things in the beginning when we first started. We had one person serving as the EC director, the EC teacher, the EC everything, and we decided that we needed to have someone to support him. The contract that we put in place after the hurricane, the contracted people were no longer able to support us because of their capacity. So it seems like when we get ahead, we took 5 step backs, but we understand that's not an excuse, it's just the facts. So now moving forward, we have an EC director, 5 EC teachers, and our EC case manager just passed the praxis, and so she's going to be a certified teacher on campus as well.
What is your current school year enrollment?
It's right now it's at 164.
I retract my previous statement about seeing the largest group come to the and restate that now I've seen the largest group come to a and it's great to see this kind of support behind the school. Lots of work still to be done there.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I appreciate the fact that you own it right up front, and to have someone stand there and say there's no excuses is refreshing. I just hope that you guys have got the solid plans in place and the support that you need to make some adjustments. Hearing some of the changes to the EC staff is definitely exciting to hear that you're taking a step in the right direction.
So thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you too for having board minutes that are available and
Sir.
current.
Yes, sir.
You're asking for 7.
I know.
We're not voting today.
Okay.
You know, we have the latitude. They're guidelines. They're not carved in stone. But it's a little bit of a reach.
No, the last time y'all took a risk with me, the student population grew 77%. I need confidence in that we have the renewal time so we can build the school that they are. Currently, we are signing an MOU. If they know we have enough time to build the school and show that we're going to have the enrollment.
Well, I appreciate you
I
saying
appreciate
that.
y'all.
And I think that when you sit on this side of that podium too, it's good when you take a risk on someone and they
Yes.
show they can do exactly what they said they were going to do. So,
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you all for that risk.
yeah, absolutely.
If you go back to your indicator 11, I think it's important for people to understand is we're not talking about your 42 kids. What you need to do is go back and look at each year. How many kids started your program and how many finished that program? Started
Okay.
the renewal for 90 days.
Okay.
So you can go back and look at how many you actually missed. So like if, let's say in 2023, you only had 1 kid and that 1 kid missed, you still get 0%.
That's
So it's
right.
better for us to understand and for you, if you present that, go back and look at that data
Okay.
because it makes, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I can say right here, that indicator 11 hit us. We were at like 92%, and I want to know why we didn't meet it. And so we went back and looked at what their reason, and you go back and look at those reasons, take those reasons out. But it's not, that's not a reflection on your 42 kids. It's a reflection on, you may have 5 or 6 kids that are in that process. Why did you miss, why those 5 or 6 kids miss? And you have good information, especially, you know, the hurricane contracted people. But yeah,
Okay.
there's processes. That's really important.
Yes, sir. I need to know those gaps so we can fill them quickly.
Thank you so much. And thanks for coming in today as well. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that concludes renewals for today. We still have some for tomorrow. It's 11:40. Ms. Lowe, what are we, is lunch here? Do we want to? Okay, I think we're going to try to shorten lunch a little bit to hopefully get out a little bit earlier today. So I think we're going to look at coming back at 12:15, 12:20. Okay. So we're going to break till at least 12:15, if not 12:20.
We're going ahead this afternoon. We have 2 interviews. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Ms. Rackley.
Good afternoon, Melanie Rackley, Office of Charter Schools. And so this month we'll complete our standard timeline applicants for the 2025 application cycle. So we'll hear from 2 on today and then 2 tomorrow. Just a reminder that we have allotted 60 minutes or 90 minutes today. Our first applicant does have a proposed management organization. So there's 90 minutes proposed for the additional time to interview the management organization. Next slide, please. And so, again, this month will mark the end of our first round interviews. Should you all opt to invite any of the applicants back this month, the second round interviews will be held in January. And then that committee lead is responsible for generating all of the second round questions. And then we give the applicant at least 10 calendar days to provide the requested documentation. Next slide, please. And the round 2 interviews are just abbreviated in nature, so those are typically 50 minutes. We just shorten the open and closing statements there. Next slide. And so then today you're prepared to make one of 3 motions: approve, deny, or hold over for that second round interview. Next slide, please. And so just to kind of recap where we are in the interview timeline, you all have approved 4 applicants, denied 4. There was 1 withdrawal, and we have the 4 pending from this month. So that's just a recap of the decisions that have been made to date. All right, so we can move on. So today, so this month, we actually have 2 applicants from the Mecklenburg County, and then 1 from Pender, who we'll hear from in a few minutes, and then 1 from Union County. And so we have in person today the board of Cape View Leadership Academy. They're a 5-member board. All members are here as are members of the management organization Accel Schools. This applicant is proposing a standard timeline opening in the fall of 2027. You see their mission statement here. They are proposing grades 6 through 12, reaching capacity at year 4, serving 414 students. Cape View Leadership will participate in the National School Lunch Program, and they'll pursue the community eligibility provision if their student body meets that requirement. They do have a proposed contracted bus vendor, or they'll make bus purchasing, and they will provide private transportation for students that are qualified under EC services. There is not a proposed weighted lottery in effect, and there is not a specific facility identified, although the applicant does propose 2 zip codes that you see there in the Pender County area. This is not a repeat applicant, and the application was drafted with the assistance of the proposed management organization, Accel Schools. We have made a due diligence report available on eBoard here. I'll just quickly go over that, and then we'll jump back to the demographic slide. So really quickly, Accel Schools is the proposed management organization. They are listed as limited liability companies established in November of 2014. You'll see the relevant website registered domains there, specific to Accel Schools and some of their partner subsidiary companies. We were able to find their corporate registrations listed in the state of Delaware with the specific file number. Those are hyperlinked. You can review that there. Their registered agent information is listed, as well as the primary address listed there in Independence, Ohio. Cody Claver was listed as the Vice President of School Development. It's been the primary contact during this application process. And just a bit about the organization. They have over 100 schools in their portfolio. Accel Schools does, with 86 of those being brick and mortar, primarily in the state of Ohio. Then you have the 2 in West Virginia, 2 in Michigan, and 1 in Colorado. They have various states of operation listed there. And then in terms of their audited financial statements, the applicant did not upload any particular financial statements where we ask for 3 fiscal years. There was, however, an independent auditor's opinion report. There was a 3-page report that was uploaded as part of the application specific to the GSM Midco LLC company. So that is as part of the application documents, is there for review. The SL Group does propose a 15% management fee that includes state, federal, and local funds. And their curriculum approach is specifically a network. They have a network-wide instructional model. It includes college prep, direct and blended instruction. There's asynchronous and synchronous learning specifically to their virtual portfolio. In terms of school closures and revocations, a SEL Schools model kind of consists of them identifying networks and schools that are at need or at risk. And so part of their model is to actually procure those types of schools. So in terms of revocations, there are a few in their portfolio that may have had non-renewals. Specifically, there's a Buckeye Prep, Winton Preparatory, and then we have Aurora Academy that closed, but also as part of their model. There's a lot of rebranding, so they may have taken on schools that were low performing that they've rebranded and or decided to close. And so there's also a virtual academy that closed in the state of Idaho. There's also some activity that took place in California specific to authorizer enforcement action. And again, there's just been multiple Ohio rebrandings of their schools in their portfolio. I did link specifically to the Department of Education in Ohio report cards, just a little cross section of some of the schools so you can have performance data specific to Ohio. I also included the state of Indiana there. And the applicant did include some of the performance data from their school in Colorado. So that has also been provided. And then part of the due diligence that our office conducted included media or public records review. So there's hyperlink there, some court filings that you'll see out of the Supreme Court of Ohio, and there's various other media snippets that we were able to provide, and those are all hyperlinked there that you can review. So I won't go through those, but there's several that you can review. Essentially, at the end of our due diligence period, there were just a couple of outstanding questions or concerns. And so we're asking that the applicant be able to clarify the relationship of GSM Midco LLC specific to the SL Schools Management Organization. Also in the management agreement, that agreement is listed between SL Schools East and Cape View Leadership Academy. So just want to clarify the SL Schools East LLC's corporate position relative to SL Schools. And then further clarification of Mr. Cody Klaber's role specific to SL Schools. When you look at the school leadership, the leadership profile listed, Mr. Klaber wasn't listed as part of the leadership or regional team leadership. So just further clarification there. And then we were also able to look and find the corporate listings in the state of Ohio. So let me correct that. The Ohio Department of Education and Workforce, they have the following, those organizations listed as EMOs or CMOs. So Ohio does keep a list of their running management organizations. So all of these appear to be part of the SL Schools portfolio. So those are also hyperlinked. And then again, the state of incorporation being Delaware, you'll see those LLCs that are linked there for SL Schools as well. And then just kind of cross-referencing those from Delaware with the same entities that are also registered under SL Schools for the state of Ohio. So we've done our due diligence there in terms of the management organization. And again, all of that information is hyperlinked for you. If we can go back to the next slide there. And so in Pender County, there are 19 traditional schools in the county. There are currently no charters in Pender County. And so at this time, and I should also mention that the enrollment projections are listed here. So in blue, this is what the school is proposing relative to the Pender County LEA specific to subgroup data. They're proposing significantly higher projections of economically disadvantaged students. So again, that's the school's projections in the blue graph. And so at this time, we do have all 5 members of the Cape View Leadership Board here. Ms. Christine Isbell is here. Mr. Justin May, Vice Chair. I would like to call them up at this time to make their 10-minute introductory statement.
How is everyone today? In the interest of understanding that we may have a little bit of a snowstorm coming, to us this afternoon. I'm going to try to be very brief with our introduction so that we can get right to the questions. I wanted to just take a moment and thank you all for your time. My name is Christine Esbell. I'm the board chairman for the Cape View Leadership Academy, and we are deeply grateful for the opportunity to present our vision for Pender County. As mentioned, I have with me today our entire board, my vice chair, Justin May, Hilal Isbell, our treasurer, Kate Fluke, our secretary, and Fidel Ford, our community engagement leader. We stand before you today, not just as a governing body, but as parents and citizens deeply rooted in the community of Pender County. Every member of this board resides in Pender County, and several of us have students currently enrolled in the public school system. This firsthand experience allows us an intimate understanding of the unique needs and the growing pains of our area, including the burden of overcrowded classrooms and the demand for expanded educational choices. Our commitment is amplified by members who have served as constant advocates for special populations, bringing critical insight from navigating systems as parents of children with 504 plans and IEPs. Our foundation of compassion and community knowledge is intricately linked to our school's purpose. Our mission is clear: to cultivate young leaders who push boundaries, honor tradition, and embrace innovation. Our vision promises to empower students to think boldly and embrace innovation by delivering enriching career and technical education opportunities that foster both academic and practical skills, preparing students for future careers and enhancing their engagement and success. To ensure that we realize this mission with the highest standards of governance and financial integrity, we have assembled a board defined by diverse professional expertise. Our specialized skills directly enhance our capacity for oversight and strategic planning. We include a current certified teacher in Pender County, bringing invaluable knowledge of data analysis, instructional practices, and the local teacher environment. We leverage significant expertise in managing multi-million-dollar budgets in both the public and private sectors, ensuring a strong foundation for fiscal responsibility and long-term financial sustainability. Our members provide critical skills in project management, strategic relationships, and integrating advanced data and analytics, which will be vital for monitoring the school's performance and operations. Furthermore, we possess specialized backgrounds in aviation, risk management, business development, corporate training, and community engagement, skills that are crucial for building the industry partnership and leadership programs at the core of our CTE model. This collective expertise ensures that Cape View Leadership Academy is equipped not only to improve student learning and increase learning opportunities for all students, but to also provide parents and students with expanded choices through a unique and innovation educational model. We're prepared to govern the school with diligence, transparency, and an unwavering commitment to the success of every child in Pender County. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to be leading our interview today, Anita Hare. So thank you for that presentation. I'll be collecting some questions from our board concerning your application, and we'll try to pose those maybe in clusters that are similar in topic. Okay, so it may require you or one of your board members to reply. So I'd like to...
For clarity, will we be interviewing the school first, and then or should our questions pertain to the application or the EMO?
What my recommendation is that we question the school board, particularly regarding their EMO and their selection of this and that relationship, because that's going to be foundational to our determination today. And I think that would be good, especially if a number of us have questions about that. So I'd like to collect those questions now, and I have a few, but if you want to throw some out there for Ms. Bell.
I'll start with my question for starters. What is the relationship of the Isbells? What is the relationship between
husband and wife?
husband and wife.
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you use Pender Charter in your emails, the other board members. What's the idea behind that?
For everyone to use email addresses for Pender Charter.
Right.
And I do not have a Pender Charter email
Right,
address.
you're the only one who doesn't.
Full transparency, when we first formulated the board, I have 2 other businesses plus due to the nature of my job, several of my clients, I have email addresses for them. And so I have been working throughout the years just to try to streamline my own management of my email accounts. So I have not taken the step to get my own Pender. And that was purely selfish reasons, just to minimize the number of email accounts I was managing at the time.
So I'll start with a question that I have, Ms. Isbell. I'm trying to understand the selection of your EMO, your management provider, and your application gave one of the reasons as its strong presence in North Carolina. I had the statement here because I didn't see that. Considered several, others had strong models, but this one had a presence in North Carolina. And so I didn't see that. Established presence is the adjective they used, or established presence in North Carolina. Their proven success with high quality schools and strong financial oversight. Those were basically the reasons. But again, I wish you can walk us through or speak to your selection, because it does seem a bit, they don't have a school in North Carolina. Right. You are looking at something that I think is more CTE. So it's a real mix, because you also mentioned advocating for special populations. So we're looking at that special population piece, and then the CTE piece, and then there's this virtual blend. And so can you just speak to how the board made this selection, and what do you think? What are you looking for it? And probably follow up with fee structures and for questions about the fee. But if you'll start with that.
Absolutely. In full transparency, there was a typo in the application that I myself didn't catch until after we had already submitted it, specifically related to North Carolina. We are very aware that they do not currently have a physical presence in North Carolina.
Okay.
And, in searching for the right organization, we did carefully go through an evaluation of multiple options to ensure that the chosen partner align with the mission and values of our school and our financial sustainability goals. We assessed each organization based on their academic track record, financial stability, fee structures, and ability to support the diverse needs of the target student population. There were some organizations that had varying, the fee structures were very varied. The level of support was very varied. Some had higher management fees that would have significantly reduced our ability to allocate funds towards direct student support, instructional resources, and staff salaries. Others had strong academic models, but lacked the flexibility needed to tailor the program specific for our community, particularly for the CTE model. We think that's a really important differentiator for our the school offering that we want to provide. And ultimately, we selected Excel because of its well-represented reputation in other states in charter schools. They also have deep experience in education. A lot of the leadership that we have met and worked with and provided guidance to us are all former educators in their own right. And that was really important to us when we were looking to establish relationship. They also have established presence in charter schools. Their proven success in operating high quality schools with strong financial oversight and academic achievement was also a key factor in our decision. I think overall, their expertise combined with their demonstrated commitment to innovation, equitable access, and community-driven decision-making made them the best fit for our proposed mission and our long-term success strategy.
Speak to how they will fulfill your goals, the school's goals concerning CTE.
So I am going to turn this question over to our resident CTE expert, Justin, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Christine. So as you all know, based off the application, there's a need and demand both in Pender County from parents and students to provide a career and technical education. We will be focusing on 6th to 12th grade students, where we believe the majority of the population is required in order to move into higher level success, being higher level education, workforce development, or other type of initiatives that they may be going into. The Pender County alone already has a strong performance of existing similar CT programs within their traditional baseline high schools. However, we think we'll provide that 6th to 8th grade initial assessment for CTE as they move into the high school area of that. There's also a growing demand for skilled workers. Pender County is extremely active in participation in the ACT, Work Ready Communities. As you all know, that's a collaborative framework for community-based workforce. There they highlight and train both local workforce skills and employers' needs. So having that CT requirement coming out of high school, it's already supporting those employers there within Pender County and the surrounding other counties within the area. There's a regional workforce development initiatives, and this is done through Cape Fear Workforce Development Board, which also serves New Hanover and Pender County, where they collaborate with educational and structural businesses and community organizations to help provide skills, trainings, and work opportunities. So that we believe a dedicated CTE school would complement these efforts by offering a structured pathway for our students to acquire those demand skills at that time. Obviously, each and every one of you know there's a statewide emphasis on CT here, CT within North Carolina. Back in 2023, a study was done about 850,000 enrollments in the CT concentrators, and they had a graduation rate up to 98%. Pretty impressive, and we like to begin that CT efforts within Pender County. Overall, the overall cohort graduation of those CTs is 86%. Also aligned with our economic development goals, where Pender County's proactive approach to economic development initiatives, various with local and state programs aimed at job creation and investment, which specialized CT school would support these goals by preparing our students for workforce attractiveness to current and prospective employers. And that's straight out from Pender County. Thank you.
You have a seat. Thank you for that. I had the opportunity to, Mike's going in and out here. I'm sorry. I had the opportunity to meet with this school months ago. We originally decided to switch.
Thank you. And you had talked specifically when I came down to visit, there were some areas in the CT you had focused in on some areas. You want to speak to what those areas were? Because I think it's relative to what's going on in Pender County, the areas, and also what your background is in those areas as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Rich, for that question. Several of us have owned community businesses within local areas, everything from health and wellness to sales and other type of businesses as well. Me personally, I'm also involved in a local nonprofit that serves up to 7 counties in Southeast North Carolina. One of those programs I oversee is the aviation curriculum for Southeast North Carolina. Obviously, aviation was born right here in the state of North Carolina, so why would we not have aviation-driven schools here in North Carolina is beyond me. So some of that initiative is some aviation aerospace technology, hopefully coming out of the CT program. I think we have the development, we have the workforce within Southeast North Carolina to support that, to include the community colleges, both Cape Fear Community College and Lenoir and Craven. And guess what? Pender County sits right in between all 3 of those. So other things like Health Science and Mercies, we have a huge hospital system that's eager and willing to support that. We're understaffed in our nursing. In order to provide students coming out getting some type of EMT basics, some type of CPR first aid in order to go into those type of workforces would be absolutely amazing and critical for us to succeed. And then lastly, I'll touch one more here, construction trades and skills, right? So Pender County is the 5th largest county in the state. It's also one of the fastest growing counties right now. So those small businesses and those employers are looking for those type of students coming out of the CT program high schools with those certifications and licenses.
Thank you for that. And that's the rationale I should have started was I was called when they were initially discussing having even applying for a charter school, and so they just asked me to come down and just kind of walk them through what the process and things like that would look like. And so these things all came to fruition, and I was really excited about the fact that, especially on the coast, when you look at where jobs are really, really needed, to think about, or jobs to be filled are just as needed, to have a school that's going to get kids ready for those kinds of opportunities in their hometown instead of having to travel someplace else to find the work is exciting. I'll also say that I had the opportunity to meet later with the EMO, who asked me several questions about why our EMO's sometimes running into some headwind in North Carolina. And so I had a conversation about how transparent they could be. And so I'm going to test that with the board chair now and seeing what are you going to get for the 15% that you guys are seeing what are you being charged? You're being charged 15% of your overall budget. What are the services you understand you're getting from your EMO for that charge?
So there's 3 big buckets that are covered under the management fee: educational services, administrative services, and technology consulting services. So for educational services, you're looking at the curriculum, oversight and coordination of our instructed program, instructional tools, the support with selection of instructional tools, equipment, supplies, their AMP platform, which is a proprietary platform for them, ELL instruction, EC services for our students with special needs, and extracurricular programs. Under the administrative services, the personnel management is going to play a big role in that, business administration, the business operations of the school, transportation and food services, marketing and public records, admissions, any student hearings, disciplinary, facility maintenance, budgeting and financial reporting. And then for technology consulting services, the selection and management of computer equipment and technology services that the school might need.
I'd like to follow up on that, if I may, and help me understand. I was looking at the draft of the management agreement, and I understand draft is the operative word here. It talks about the management fee being 15%. I'm in section 4.1, but then it spells out like the AMP fee, a computer equipment fee, a technology services fee, reasonable compensation. And even if you go on down, it talks about the school shall enter into furniture and equipment lease with the management company. Are all those things I just mentioned in addition to the 15%? Or is the 15% covering the AMP fee, the furniture, the computer equipment fee, technology services fee? Because it reads like it's 15% plus all these additional fees on top of it.
So there are separate fees that Excel may charge to the board for additional services, and that list that you called out are those list of services. We are not required to go through Excel for any of that, but those are additional offerings that the board may.
So I don't mean to ask a silly question, but you have to have furniture and equipment, and it says the school shall enter into a furniture and equipment lease with the manager to rent furniture and equipment. That doesn't sound like you have a choice.
The application, the contract that was submitted with the application is negotiated. That is the final, with a couple of final items that we need to work through. And we had outside counsel that we put under retainer to represent us separately, that we worked very closely with to pull together that contract.
That was going to be my next question, whether has the board separately from the management company had an attorney review the agreement?
Yes, we have separate representation for the board.
But these are fees that are beyond the 15% that would go to the management company.
That's correct.
May I follow up?
Sure.
In the application, the management company is buying the facility for you, correct?
We have 2 paths that we're currently investigating right now. It will either be a brand new, that they will purchase the land and build, or we will look to lease an existing infrastructure. based on availability. And so what the plan is that the ownership and or lease, depending on which path we take, will be under Excel, but that is going to be a completely separate agreement between the board and Excel outside of the management fee.
So in the application, you identify, or any applicant would identify whether the building is being purchased by the management company or not. And you check the box, yes, it is. But then when you're to submit what's the buyout? There was nothing there. As a matter of fact, it said it's not applicable. So am I to infer that you don't think this is going to happen, right? But if something goes south with your relationship with the management company, you've lost the school.
That's the purposes of having a separate agreement in place. The facility itself is going to be managed under a separate agreement than the management.
Isn't that separate agreement what we were asking in the application to submit? Like, what's the buyout?
Well, the application was submitted in April, so I think we were still very early on in the process, and that's definitely at the time was a difficult question because we still were not clear on what the path was that we wanted to take. I think that will come, we'll be able to have a closer definition of what the buyout would be once we determine whether we're going to build a new facility or we're going to be able to lease an existing facility. But the growth that we've seen in Pender County, I think, this is something that we've been working on since the beginning of the year. And every time it looks like we get close to something, it gets snapped up. Things are getting bought at a rapid rate in Pender County right now. And so that will all be addressed once we put together an agreement for.
And that's not uncommon. Look, it's not uncommon for applicants to be here. The school's not going to open for 2 years, right? So, or 18 months, you don't have every I dotted and every T crossed on the facility. We've given applicants a thumbs up and they don't even know where the facility is going to be, right? Except the general idea. I'm raising these questions about, like, particularly around the facility because, and it sounds like you are, that, 5 years from now, 6 years from now, if you find yourself wanting to terminate the relationship with the EMO, but they're the ones who own the building, you could find yourself in a real pickle. Yeah.
That right now, based on that very real concern, the reason why we made the decision to go with 2 separate contracts is to hopefully avoid that type of a scenario. I think with so many, not as many unknowns, but at the time of the application, definitely with so many unknowns still in play, in conversations with our lawyer, that was the recommended path forward to ensure that the facility would not be impacted if at any point in time the board decided to terminate the management agreement with Excel.
Just make sure that's very clearly spelled out in that separate agreement.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight then. So are you saying that you guys, let's say you terminated with Excel, are you, and they own the building, are you going to be able to buy that building from them? Because regardless if you have 2 separate contracts or not, if you terminate your contract with Excel and they own the building, regardless of the first part of the termination with they could say you just don't get to get on our building then. I mean, we're going to pull the building from you. So is there not an opportunity to purchase that building from them or to at least own? Or
we haven't finalized the agreement yet. I think a part of that is going to depend on timing and what our financial stability looks like at the in that moment. But ultimately, the goal in the conversations that I've had with our lawyer is that we will put an opt-out, like a opt to purchase if we're able to do it at the time. If not, we will continue to lease the building until such time as the school is able to purchase it.
That's going to be crucial because as much as I love the beaches down there, that's a gigantic open classroom. If the building disappears, the beaches aren't going to work, right? So
2 separate and distinct contracts so that one does not get impacted by the other.
Awesome. Thank you. Before I pass up the mic, maybe if there's some sort of an agreement, that's going to weigh heavily on, I think, a lot of people sitting around this table is there's got to be some sort of, if you're going to pursue this, there should be some sort of language that we can review that lets us know that that's been formalized somehow before there's any kind of stamp of approval, at least from my perspective.
Yep, I can get that from our lawyer.
And would you explain more about the AMP program that you said your EMO will provide?
Absolutely. I would like to bring Kate Fluke, our resident Pender County teacher, front and present, because she will better explain it than I will.
Hi, how are you guys? So the AMP program basically uses a hybrid learning model where teachers are going to guide a digital content delivery in person while also providing a whole group, small group, and one-on-one instruction. They do this through mastery of course and strategy. Differentiation is paramount while using our data to tailor instruction based on the student's needs and pace. We're going to use curriculum such as Accelerate Education, Strong Mind, FlexPoint, and eDynamic Learning. This ensures that curriculum is rigorous for all students, while also accessible to everyone. We're going to use our data to make informed instructional plans, using bi-weekly meetings to review assessment, and also using assessment tools such as iReady 3 times per year. We're going to do pre and post assessments to inform all of our small group instruction. And with AMP, it provides real-time feedback so that teachers can guide their instruction based on that immediate feedback as needed. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Stephen.
All right. Just be careful. iReady stops at about 8th grade. So just be real careful. It's not meant for high school. I got another question. All right. If I look at Pender County's website, they're already ranked number 2 in CTE credentials. Why would I leave Pender County to go to Kate?
So the public school system in Pender County does not have a singular focus on CTE models. And I think that's where the difference lies. I think we also want to provide that opportunity starting in middle school. And the way that the public system is managing it today, to my understanding, is they're really not putting a big focus on it until high school. So I think that's the biggest differentiator, having a sole CTE focus where we can start in middle school and take it all the way through the high school and have that be the only focus, I think is the value add to come to us versus staying in the public school.
So that circles back to my initial question, is how does Excel support the CTE? I don't see like the strong, compelling CTE component in what they currently do or what they've done in other schools. But they will be bringing this to Cape View. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest part of what they're providing us is in everything that Kate just explained, the technology that they're bringing with their AMP and allowing all of the different like iReady and all of the various tools that feed into it, into a singular resource that will help us really effectively create the right type of curriculum for the school. And I think the other piece of this is really going to be the board that is going to help drive a lot of that at a higher level in building relationships with the local communities, colleges, and the local business owners so that we can really try to drive that CTE model forward.
Right. So when I ask this question each time, it kind of goes back to the community and initiatives in the state and in Pender County. And my question is about your EMO and Excel and why did you select them to support this model? I haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think fundamentally we partnered with Excel for the various reasons
that I had stated earlier. They don't have as much specific experience in the CTE curriculum, but I think that, you know, based on what we've been able to learn so far and the tools that they will be providing to us from a management perspective, I think that is going to help and we'll grow together on the CTE curriculum that we're going to be.
How did you identify them as as the education service provider that you wanted? How did you identify them?
When we started, and my husband and I were actually the first two people who started looking down this path, and when we started talking to some of the identified EMOs, someone who lives in our neighborhood, an acquaintance, she's the parent of one of my daughter's classmates, works for an organization that is familiar with Excel and affiliated to Excel, and she recommended that we talk to them. And so I had originally reached out to Cody and then set up time to talk to him. And so that was how we ended up finding Excel as we were going through the process of speaking to some of these other organizations in the early days.
Okay. I have a couple questions about budget. Does someone else have questions about the EMO before we shift to budget?
You've got 28 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you mentioned you went through due diligence to select the EMO Excel, and there seems to be a pattern of school closures in Ohio that are concerning, and I'd just be curious to get you or your colleagues' thoughts about how you were able to sort of make peace with that decision, given those facts.
Yeah, I think specifically Ohio, the data that we have on it, so there were 11 schools that closed. 2 of them were voluntarily closed in collaboration with the school board and Excel due to real estate constraints. 2 of them were closed by school boards due to financial issues and lease issues, and Excel was not the landlord for those lease issues that they had. And then 7 were closed by authorizers. Of the 7 that were closed by authorizers, half of those decisions occurred during the pandemic in an already distressed takeover environment. So I think, when you look at the bigger picture, while it does seem like it's a high number, there was rationale behind it. And the timing of the closings, we took that into consideration as well, which ultimately did not overly concern our overall decision to partner with them.
Thank you.
Just clarification, the time we have left is with the board. We're still going to interview the EMO.
It's for both the total 55 minutes. You've got about 27 now for both board and school.
Yeah.
So we have to deliberate as well.
Yeah, I guess
Okay.
I would have a question for the EMO, and it goes back to the facility, specifically for the EMO. Then how are they structured with the other schools that they support? Do they actually own the facility? What happens if those relationships go south? I realize this board hasn't developed that contract yet with the EMO around facility, but I am interested how in the other states they operate that looks. So is there a representative from the EMO that can answer that question?
EMO.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Gifford. I'm the Executive Vice President of School Development and New Initiatives for Excel Schools. Of the 57 facilities we oversee, about 20 of them are owned by us, the balance are not. And it is customary to have lease arrangements that would allow a charter school to purchase their building, not just if the relationship ends, but if they're ever in a position where they want to and should be able to purchase their building, we want to make sure we enable that.
Thank you.
Ms. Gifford, before you leave the podium, a follow-up question. I know that again that the agreement is a draft, but there is an exclusivity clause about the provider of services and products as they partner with you. Is that what you expect to be in effect? Where Mrs. Bell didn't seem to think, she seemed to think there was a choice.
That is our preference. We do have cases where we would negotiate that, particularly since this is a CTE school and a little bit of a niche. Perhaps there would be other things that we could do in the state that would fall outside of CTE. But CTE is very much a niche, and it may be that it would not be smart to try to run something similar to this school elsewhere. So I think that is something that we definitely would negotiate more with them.
What other schools does Excel manage that has that niche of CTE?
We have 12 CTE schools across the country. And they range in grade level. Some of them are just high school. We're increasingly working 7 or 6 through 8 and really leaning in on the preparation that happens pre-pathways in grade 6, 7, and 8. And we have a couple that are K through 12 as well.
Other questions for, I guess, the school? Ms. Bell, I have a question about the budget. What is the source of the other funds, which is about $500,000 in year one, and then it grows each consecutive year? What is the source of those funds?
Detailed budget questions for the treasurer? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Our primary source of is going to be from state and local funding and so forth. We do have plans and outreach thoughts and ideas of how we're going to get additional funds within fundraising, drives and so forth, contributions and grants. In the specifics in the application of what the other funds are, we haven't really nailed those exactly down yet because we're still kind of in a learning process.
In the application, it does state that all revenue is the state, federal, and local revenue, but in the budget, it's very significant. There's a significant amount each year that's coming from other. And without it, particularly in year one, the school must have it.
Correct.
Otherwise, there would be a very large deficit. So it needs to be sort of a secured source. It needs to be pretty sure.
In the instance of not having our financial budget set, Excel is going to basically pick up and help us out until we get to a monetary balance with our budget. And then in situations of where we are below, we are going to kind of reforecast, make some changes, classroom sizes, things like that to kind of make us financially stable.
Could you click on overall budget? Yeah, because if you look in year one, if you'll see that the reason why I bring this up is there's a $24,000 surplus. That's 2 students. Right. So if 2 kids don't show up, you're now below budget. Right. And that's including that, I guess, that other contribution. So if you take that $500,000 out, this budget's at like a $480,000 deficit. So that, I mean, to her point, I mean, that's important. Every budget's a working budget, you got to start someplace, but just to know if you take that out, this budget doesn't work. So there would already have to be some ironing out that needs to be done as far as either increasing your student capacity or less staff or something. Right. So just that's that. And then if year 2, if you increase and it's to $1 million, that year's a deficit as well in this budget, just based on taking out that other contribution.
Well, it'd be a deficit every year. If you look at year 1 through 5, because even in year 5, they're counting on other being about 1.1 million. If you go back to the overall budget, 1.1, if even half of that doesn't come in, then they're running in the red.
So while you're examining the budget, another question is, what is the employee administrative pass-through that's between 20 and 28,000 each year? I haven't seen that line item before in a school budget. Employee administrative pass-through.
What number is it?
Line 17 on the operations budget.
Honestly, I did not bring notes on that one, so I am not prepared to answer that one.
Does the MO have a note on that?
One of in the contract that Mr. Friend referenced section 4.1 and some of the subsections where there were additional fee schedules. One of them is for processing payroll, like the technical cost of processing payroll. And this is a pass-through. It is strictly a pass-through cost. There is no add-on to it. It is just a pass-through. And they have the board has an itemized list of that separate from the budget, but as part of the contract.
Okay, so that's under management company. While you're at the podium, contract fees would be part of the contract. The employee administrative pass-through would be part of that. If you look at computer, let's go down to operations budget. Would that also be related to, say, the staff development line item, the IT support? Are those fees from the contract? Can we identify which of these fees are contract fees?
There are 3 separate fees in the contract in that section that Mr. Friend referred to. The AMP fee is $365 per student. Computer equipment rental is $350 per student. And the IT support varies. It's the only thing that varies in a range of groups of kids. It ranges from $2,155 to $11,320, depending on student enrollment, and it matches up with the enrollment projections. And all of those items are indeed contemplated once and only once in the budget. They are not things that are showing up as additional people or additional services. They are in these categories only.
So again, under classroom technology, line 69, IT support, is that per student fee, or is that a different budgeted amount?
That is that
is the fee there. Thank you.
I guess I'm trying to be clear in my own mind. And we often ask this question, so I'll ask it. So when we ask the question, someone asked the question, what are you getting for the 15%? I heard things like the technology, the classroom support, but those are separate items in this budget that you're having to pay for. So what are you getting for the 15%? Because you're having to pay your EMO extra for IT support, extra for student devices, extra for furniture. So what's the 15%? Because like payroll, for example, is kind of like EMO 101. Like pretty much every charter school that has an EMO, the EMO handles payroll. So is that part of the 15%? What's the board getting for that 15%?
So the 15% includes, I have it all listed out. So from a technology perspective, it's the only thing that's included in the management fee for that is the technology consulting services. So supporting us through the selection process of getting computer equipment and any applicable tech services.
I think I understand, Bruce. Let me see if I can ask this question, ask it this way. So in other words, this other thing with the IT support and things of that nature, you're going to buy computers from somewhere.
Correct.
Right. So do you have to buy them from the EMO, or can you, if you find a better price, are you able to get it from, because it looks like that it sounds to me like the EMO is your provider for
Correct.
The other items that you would buy regardless of whether or not you were working with them or not. You're going to buy these from someone.
Correct.
Right. So, and basically with the contract you have with them, they're telling you have to buy this stuff from them. Like we're talking about the chairs, the computers, you can buy it from somebody else. If you get a better price, you're going to buy it from us regardless. Is that fair?
That is what, that is the part of the
EMO
contract that she had mentioned earlier.
Am I saying that right? I'm sorry to say EMO. What was your name again? Mary. I'm so sorry, Mary. I told you before that I have a sticky note on my mirror that says John. So,
and it helps you every day. Yes. So the technology services that is part of the 15% is consulting on curriculum choices. It could be that there's a special needs student that shows up that needs some kind of supplemental content that is not part of the AMP product. It could be that a student needs some assistive technology or something. That kind of technology consulting is part of the 15%, as is things like enrollment and managing all of the people issues and marketing.
Right. So technology was directly to you was, are they able to find a better price and purchase it for like a computer? Like you're saying $350 per student. If they can find a Chromebook for $180 per student someplace else, are they allowed to spend that $180 someplace else? Or are they paying you $350 because you're in a contract with them?
I think we would expect that they would give us the opportunity to meet the price. The prices that we propose can be negotiated once a year, and so if they had something that was better, we would like to be able to meet that price. If we could not, these are public taxpayer dollars, we'd expect them to pay pay as little as they can for a comparable device, most certainly.
Is that in writing in the contract?
I know that it happens in several schools. I have to go back and look at the specific contract, but it would be customary that we can actually meet the prices typically that they would be able to find. But if not, we would be happy to make sure that they can get those products or services elsewhere.
That's good to know, and I appreciate you answering that question. Is that
Yeah, I think that Ms. Giffords answering the question the best that she can. Again, this agreement that is in draft form between the board and the EMO is just that, it's in a draft form. But I don't think as currently written, it gives them the opportunity to go price and you'll match. It's using words like will and shall when it comes to purchasing technology, furniture. That's not.
And exclusivity.
Yeah, that's exclusivity. Yeah.
We want them to spend taxpayer dollars as frugally as possible. And so we would work with them on the opportunity to meet any price that they could find for comparable services or devices.
Can I ask
Yes, go ahead.
maybe a related follow-up? I'm trying to do math. So can you tell me again, so as this draft current, the Mary, I'm sorry. As it's written, what is it going to cost the school for student devices? I think the word you said was it was an annual fee per student.
Yes. It is $350 for new students. And that would be paid over 10 months. And for returning students, it would be $300 for returning students paid over 10 months as well.
So if I have 298 students year one, and those 298 students return, and then I add 50 students, then 298 are billed at 300 and 50 are billed at 350.
Correct.
And when I look at this budget for classroom student devices, the budget, the number is 131,000. It's enough money the first year, but it is not nearly enough money year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 if this is an ongoing fee. In this budget, I mean, it's woefully under by, a couple $100,000. As it's written now.
Could you go to the staffing page? I think that's going to be that. There we go. EC teachers 2. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. It's elective teachers. There's 2. Are there no EC teachers provided by the school? Is that something that the EMO is providing, or where does that staffing come from for exceptional children?
We're going to base that, I think it's 12.5% is what's expected for first year enrollment. If memory serves me correct. So we're judging that by the enrollment for the amount of allocation we have for teachers. So the way it's projected right now, we're going to start with 1. And then once we get enrollment numbers figured out, then we'll start allocating more to that class bracket.
But right now there's none showing.
Yeah, it's just a projection again, without knowing the numbers, because the CTE, those educators do cost a little bit more. So we're trying to figure out what our enrollment numbers look like.
There's a line. While you're there, can I have another budget question? The fee under special education, $256,000 the first year, and increases annually. What does that pay for? Is that part of a special ed? I wasn't sure what that represents.
Yep. Again, it's going to be based on the projections of student enrollment. If memory serves me right, we're looking at 12.5% of our population is expected to be into that class, in that classification of educators. And then, so as that grows within what's needed for that class, any special education educators, teachers, counseling, what's the word? Occupational therapists, things like that. That's where all that projection coming into.
So that is the fee for
Yes.
the EC.
Yes.
In other words, it's under operations. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Right. It's not under EC.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Okay. So that could show up under the special education. Okay.
I have a question, Ms. Isabel, about your application referenced how the board would be recruiting, interviewing, hiring, and evaluating your head of school. Is that what you anticipate?
So the way that we have it in the management agreement, Excel would actually be the one, but the board has the final right of approval of the candidate that is selected to be the head of school prior to an offer being extended.
Okay. That was a contradiction that I wanted to clear up because your application clearly laid that out with the board, but the management contract says we do it. So you're in agreement that they will do that with the final approval on the candidate.
Right, and the board is the final approval of that.
Thank you.
Of that position.
What size facility are you envisioning for?
Between 35,000 and 45,000 square feet. I can't see. Just double check my numbers. I think that's what it is. I've lost my ability to see.
That's what it says in the application.
It's we're looking for between 35,000 and 40,000 square feet. 10 classrooms, about 800 square feet each. Some specialized CTE rooms, library, gymnasium, all of the critical elements for a school, cafeteria, auditorium.
Can I ask some clarifying questions?
Yes, go ahead, Eric.
I'm sorry if they're repetitive. I'm just getting a little lost in a couple numbers. So the numbers I'm seeing for facility, are they based on a real facility or are they projections?
Projections.
Projections based on market rate, based on what?
Based on market rate, yes.
Okay. And the potential of working with the EMO on this is a pure lease, a lease to own. What is it?
It would be a lease to own.
Okay. And that's where you guys are potentially sending more further documentation for. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, we have a separate contract, which I can get a draft of it from our council.
Okay. The other I had a couple clarifying questions. The other one is there anybody employed or does the EMO have presence on the board? Is anybody employed in the school from the EMO?
No.
No to both?
No to both. Sorry. Yes, you're correct.
When it comes to decision rights, which I know we just kind of broached a few seconds ago, and there was like shall and all these other types of language, what actual decisions does the EMO have? Like, what are you giving in this contract that they have full kind of autonomy and decision-making power about?
None. So the board retains full fiduciary responsibility, and we do have independent counsel for guidance. So their Excel's oversight includes monthly performance reports. We will evaluate and measure that by conducting an annual independent evaluation. We'll do that every March. We'll hire a separate third party. And ultimately, that's where the division of the responsibility comes.
All right. And then my last question, let's roll out to year 5 when you guys are, what was it, 400 students or something like that, 415 or something like that. Am I right?
Yeah, 440.
Yes, you're right.
All right. And you're paying nearly $800,000 in contract fees. I know you've been asked this in so many different ways, but I have to ask it again. Aside from the things that are in the budget that are kind of add-ons or optionals or alternates or whatever you want to call it. What are you purely getting, especially when I think of year 5, 800K and 414 kids? What's the value add for that 800,000? What are you exactly getting?
I think other than the things that we've already stated, the biggest.
State them again. State them again, please.
Okay. I think one of the things that I want to call out here, I think the biggest value add for me at the end of the day and having a partner like this is that ultimately they're the experts. And that's very important for us because with the exception of Kate, none of the rest of us are educators. And so having a partner to offer that guidance and ensure that we run appropriately is critically important. And so we've got 3 buckets that the management fee covers. It's educational services, administrative services, and technology consulting services, which Mary just kind of went into a little bit more detail on the technology consulting services. The administrative services are really focused on the management, evaluation, training of staff, professional development. Business administration is a big part of the role that they play. So the operations of the school, they will help with the transportation and food service programs, all the marketing, public relations, maintaining the school records, the admissions process, student hearings and proceedings. They'll help support the implementation of discipline policies, facility maintenance, the budgeting and financial reporting. So they'll help prepare the proposed budget for the board and then monthly financial reports and forecasts. And then from the educational services perspective, implement the curriculum, the oversight and coordination of the instructional program, the AMP platform, EC services, extracurricular programs, instructional tools. Those are the main items that are covered in the management fee.
But nobody internally works for them. So there will have to be a liaison internally to do most, if not everything you just said. Is that a correct understanding of that? That's not a critical piece. I just want to.
There will be a liaison, and that liaison, as part of the agreement that we will put in place with them, they will be required to have representation at every board meeting, and we will have a dedicated person who is partnered with us.
But when you talk about student discipline and student records and and some of the curriculum implementation and all of these things, they're not actually going to have boots on the ground. So the idea is that you're utilizing them as an external, not on site whatsoever to do these things. Is that correct?
Correct. Help build the infrastructure and help modify and improve and create efficiencies in the infrastructure of the school.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Isbell, have you visited an Excel school?
I have not, no.
Okay.
Not in person. I have not.
Pardon me? Yes, let's do that. Is that good? We'd welcome you to make a closing statement before we deliberate as a board.
Thank you all for your time today. I'm going to invite Justin to come to our meeting.
Thank you, Chair. So our board is made up of grassroots parents who came together with a shared commitment to create better educational options for students in our community. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present Cape Fear Leadership Academy today. Over the past 12 months, our board has worked diligently, both independently and collaboratively with Excel to ensure that our planning, governance structure, and instructional model meet high expectations set by the state of North Carolina and Department of Public Instruction. Cape View Leadership Academy is designed to provide rigorous academics supported by strong CT pathways, leadership developments, and real-world career-aligned learning. Our students will graduate with skills, credentials, and experiences that prepare them for college, the workforce, and lifelong success. Our extensive analysis of community needs, workforce trends, and school choice data clearly demonstrate strong demand for a high-quality public school that offers expanded CT opportunities. Families in our region have consistently expressed their desire for more options that combine academic rigor with practical, future-ready skill development. Cape View Leadership Academy was intentionally designed to meet that need. This board is not only committed to educational excellence, but also to being responsible and transparent stewards of taxpayer money. Our financial planning, operational systems, and partnership with Excel reflect our dedication to accountability, sustainability, and efficiency in how we manage those public resources. We appreciate your time and thoughtful questions. We are ready to partner with the state of North Carolina Department of Public Instruction to bring this vision to life. Thank you for considering Cape View Leadership Academy and for your role as you play in ensuring not only high quality schools in North Carolina students and families you serve.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and the members of your board. Colleagues, we have some deliberating to do. Would someone like to open with your thoughts?
I would. They mentioned that the EMO will provide technology consulting, and then they give rates or fees based on the number of students per head to charge. And I want to make sure that they will not only consult, but they will provide the technology, the computers and the software and all of that. And then I also have a question about the husband and wife being on the board. Of course, they will develop a conflict of interest policy, but that could, to me, still cause community to think twice about their relationship on the board. And then the 30,000 to 40,000 square feet, that's a small building. Of course, if it can house everything that they needed to do, that's a small building. I have more, but I'll yield.
So just for clarification from the comment just made, the board chair and treasurer, you're not going to work for the school, you're on the board. So there's no conflict. Okay. There's no conflict if they're on the board. If one worked for the school and the other was on the board, then there would be a conflict of interest. I'm going to make a motion for this school to come back for a second interview, and I have specific things that I want to make sure become a part of the motion. However it gets worded. You can't change the budget because what's been submitted in the application is part of the application, but as what was brought up was the money that was coming from other. I think there needs to be some answers for in the first 3-4 years of this school operating. How are you going to make that budget work, knowing that money is not guaranteed? I don't expect a modification of the budget, but there has to be some sort of explanation there. I think also you probably heard from almost every board member here that there's questions about what's actually in the EMO agreement. So where things are shalls or may needs to be adjusted so that we can have clarification on the building, the computers, the furniture, best price, as long as the EMO gets a chance to match, things of that nature. And then I think if those two things can be brought, then with a full explanation as to how those things work in conjunction with each other. I don't know how to word that into making it too wordy.
Don't forget, if you all pass a second round motion, then you will send questions
later. Okay.
So you could just do the motion.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we bring this school back for a second round interview.
I have a question before we do that. When are we determining when we have a second round interview or a first round interview? Is it up to our discretion? Is there any kind of?
Three possibilities that happen from here is we move them into RTO, we do not move them into RTO and deny them, or we ask them to come back for a second round interview with specific questions.
Thank you. That's helpful. I could still use my newbie card just for a little while longer. So
And typically a second round interview is because we ran out of time to get clarity on all the questions that either all the questions weren't able to be asked or weren't answered in a way that we felt comfortable enough to be able to move them forward for RTO. So,
Dr. Eldridge, I'll put it out there that with all due respect, I'm not going to support the motion. I don't want to waste anyone's time during this application season. I feel like there are just too many gaps in the application and too many contradictions between the management agreement and the application. And I recognize Ms. Isbell referenced several times that the application was done, months ago when things were still planning. I added just some of the fees. It's hard to sort of pin down everything, but if you look at their 15% fee and then add the computer and the IT and the special ed, rather than 500,000 something the first year, it's really $1 million. It's really a 30%. And I've probably missed some things, but just trying to gauge. And the overriding thing for me is I have not heard a compelling reason, and I've tried to, and I've read the application. And I said, tell me what the compelling reason is for this EMO that just dropped in from schools in Ohio. The application references Banning Lewis Prep in Colorado, and that was an outstanding model, but I just didn't see the connection. I didn't see the connection in a school in Colorado and a school here where we're looking at special population and CTE. And I've pursued that, but I just don't see the compelling reason.
Okay, we have a motion on the table and we're still waiting on a second.
I'll just say I'm 100% with what Rita just said. I don't even have to elaborate because she said it so well.
Absolutely.
I think there's definitely a need for school choice in this area in Pender County. And I love the prospect of having a CTE focus. I'll agree with my colleague. I'm not sure that was drawn out as tightly or connected as tightly as I'd like to have seen it. I'm really on the fence here. I can see where coming back for a second interview might bring clarity to some of the questions I have. Those questions include things such as a better understanding of what constitutes that other in your budget, because without the other, your budget doesn't work. And I didn't really hear clearly what that other is, other than we'll figure it out.
Did I also hear correctly that the budget can't be amended, yeah? Is that accurate?
We typically do not allow applicants, even for the second interview, to amend. We certainly can ask them to provide greater clarity than what we got today.
And the reason I'm asking is similar to Eric went on a line of questioning and it was fantastic. But when thinking about this EMO, and a lot of it sounds like consultation that then needs to be acted upon by someone at the school. But in the first year, they have one lead administrator and one clerical staff member, and that's the entirety of, and a counselor, and that's the entirety of non-classroom staff who would have any ability to do that. And it just doesn't seem realistic. It's not until the second year they add an assistant administrator. Don't grow the clerical staff until the third year. It just seems like a situation also where, with so much uncertainty around with how the EMO operates, you're also going to have people who are attempting to launch a school and attempting to shoulder an unrealistic burden, especially when the questions around even what's being provided took forever to get to. We never heard about the curriculum that was being used. I see the e-dynamic learning, Strongmind, FlexPoint, these different things, but they were never brought up, which makes me also wonder if the board actually understands what those things are and how they're to be executed. Because again, if the EMO is not going to be present and someone has to then train staff, unless that's asynchronous training or virtual training or something like that, someone at the school is going to have to do that. It just really seems odd, and just too uncertain to put a bunch of folks in a position where they could potentially be trying to lift something with just lack of clarity and the lack of support they're going to need to actually lead this staff on starting a brand new school.
Yeah, I thank you for that. I don't disagree that we really didn't get into the actual tell us about your curriculum. I don't know that that's the board's fault. We didn't ask them that question, which is one reason you may want to do a second interview if you're inclined to go that way. I do have questions about whether you can afford, a lease payment on a 45,000 square foot facility is going to be what's in the budget, basically at most $580,000. I'm not so sure. My experience in building buildings, it's that your lease payment's going to be that low. And I will say that I'm a little troubled. So how many of the, you just shake, you don't have to go to the podium. How many have visited an Excel school? Okay. That's a little disconcerting that you're partnering with an EMO who you've never went and visited one of their schools. So again, we have a motion on the table. Is there an opportunity for a second?
I'll second the motion so we can get to a vote.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The motion was to ask Cape View to come back for a second interview. Ashley, roll call vote. So an I vote, it means you are supporting for them to come back, just to be clear.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Nay.
Rita Hare,
Nay.
Hilda Parlay, Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Eric Buchan.
Nay.
Okay, it does not pass.
Ashley?
Oh, yes. Is that Shelley?
Sorry. This is Shelley. Yes, sorry.
Okay. What's your vote, Shelley?
Nay.
Okay.
So would anyone like to make a second motion? Not a second on a motion, but a second motion.
I guess being a major objector, I agree with you, Mr. Chair, that I would love to see a charter school in Pender County. They currently don't have one. And I think the CTE focus is right on, is just spot on for the area. I grew up in New Hanover County, right next door. There's just a lot of work here, and I don't know about the school board and the EMO and that connection. And again, the strength of that relationship and the compelling need for that particular EMO, and just some things didn't develop. So, and as well as the questions in the budget and the large need of extra funds in the budget. Number of compelling reasons that I feel like we should just not move them forward to RTO at this time.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. The motion is to not move them forward into RTO.
All right. Stephen Gay,
Nay.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Nay.
Eric Buchan.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes and the application is denied. Our office will send you information on your appeal rights. Okay.
Thank you so much for coming today. Our next, Curtis Simpson Walker, is that board here in its entirety? Okay, let's take a break. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good. Let's come back at 1:50. That's a 12-minute break, 1:50.
There are others who are running. He did at least 3 times. Oh, man, he was like, what's my work?
Yeah. All that if you're in a drip, then they run around, sure enough, there's a pile of water out here, they screw things. Let's see. Oh, you can see it. See parts of it.
I'll give you this legal.
Now, is that gonna be totally just an education bill? Steven, is that going to be an education bill? I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Hey guys.
Mike's on.
Yeah.
Try to send an email.
Yeah, I couldn't find the chat. Just wanted to say Mike's right.
I don't know if they can hear us.
Guess so.
I'm gonna ride home with Steve. I heard he can drive a nice.
Oh, is it Steve?
Okay.
Oh, he looks like it's on the window.
Really? Right? Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, well, welcome back. We have one more new applicant to interview. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Rackley.
All right, good afternoon. We have the full board, 5-member board of the Murtis Simpson Walker Academy slated for operation in Mecklenburg County with a musical and entrepreneurship focus. Their mission statement is provided here. This is a repeat applicant. We did have them in our 2023 application cycle. The previous meeting minutes of that discussion is also linked in eBoard. This is a school that is proposing a K-8 model with 472 students at capacity, reached in year 5. MSWA will participate in the National School Lunch Program. They will use contracted bus vendor with community stops across the community within a 10 to 15 mile radius. There will be a weighted lottery, and they do have proposed zip codes for their facility. Again, 2023, we heard from this applicant. Specifically at that time, they were proposing a single gender model. They have gone back and made some significant updates to the application. There is no EMO or any CSO application assistance that was provided. So right now, there are 35 charter schools within Mecklenburg County with 185 traditional LEA schools. And so we do have Ms. Cynthia Johnson, who's been the primary point of contact throughout this application process. I would like to call her forward at this time. We also have there's some packets of information that have been distributed for you, but at this time I want to allow Ms. Johnson the floor and welcome the Murtis Simpson Walker Academy Board for their introduction.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. It feels
Well,
like
yeah.
This afternoon now.
You're just so used to that, especially working in school. We're used to saying good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, good afternoon. Okay, we are Murtis Simpson Walker Academy, building the future. I am Cynthia Johnson, the chairperson of the Murtis Simpson Walker Academy.
Good afternoon. My name is Simona Waters. I am a member of the Murtis Simpson Walker Academy. I am a veteran teacher with almost 30 years of experience teaching students in various settings, starting with special ed self-contained all the way to general education. I've taught students in grades K through 12. I'm currently a middle school ELA teacher in Charlotte Mecklenburg schools.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Mark Anderson. I've been an educator for over 40 years, from pre-K to the collegiate level. I have been in all types of positions, ranging from teacher, counselors, central office, vice principal, and principal, which I am presently a part-time administrator for the Charlotte Mecklenburg schools.
Good afternoon. I'm Ursula Jacobs Guidry. I am a 15, almost 20 years librarian and media specialist. I also work in digital literacy and AI.
Hi, my name is George Overton Hunt IV. I'm the co-chair. I've been in music basically all my life. In the educational environment, I really started around 2000, 2001. Currently, I'm at Philip Berry High School, teaching a few CTE courses as well. I've taught music on the collegiate level and elementary all the way up to high school. Also, I'm a current entrepreneur with a financial service background and also apparel. Decorating apparel background too as well. Thank you.
So MSWA represents a new educational model for East Charlotte, rooted in data, driven by purpose, and focused on preparing students for leadership, creativity, and lifelong success. The data reveals a vibrant, diverse community. MSWA's culturally responsive single-gender classroom model is tailored to these demographics, ensuring representation and relevance in every classroom. Did you know that 81% of students in East Charlotte are African American or Hispanic? 95% qualify for free or reduced lunch, and communities show high cultural diversity and creative potential. Our program, focusing on music and entrepreneurship, is innovative and will give our students options. Our goal is to give students, teachers, and parents ownership of their part so that we are instilling resiliency, power, integrity, consistency into the future. Who are the students?
MSWA Academy is a school that we're prepared to be excellent outside and inside the classroom, even the community. As a person at MSW on the board, I'm actually what you would call MSW, what we're looking for. I grew up in the city of Washington, D.C., when it was called the murder capital of the world. We had the big drug dealers like Rayful Edmond and all that stuff. Y'all already know that story. Well, actually, music saved my life. I grew up where like music was an instrument. An instrument was like a piece of furniture in my household. That's why I strongly believe in this. A strong area background. I grew up in a parochial setting in Catholic school, Georgia Avenue Northwest. I had area I can went left or right. I had friends doing a lot of stuff they wasn't supposed to do, and I entertained some of it for a short part of my life. What happened is I got to a point of I can sit on the corner and do what they was doing, or I can go to practice. I went to practice on my instrument. I'm a percussionist and also a brass player. And I've been using the community as my talents as making the correct decision. I went to college. I didn't go to college just to say I want to go to college. I went to college because I want to be in the band. Which once I saw that bill, I was like, okay, I need to get a degree now. I'm just using the gift that was given to me and the entrepreneurship side, which came from my mom and my dad. My dad was actually a lawyer, and I learned a lot of corporate law, so that intrigued me too as well. I think this would be great inside and out. And as we go further, along with your questions, hopefully we can go ahead and get this approval for you guys. And we look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the completion. All right. Hey.
Okay.
All right. So now's the time for our team to go ahead and pull together, as you're familiar, with some questions that we'd like to run by you. They'll come in either groups, or if a good question gets asked that needs answer right there, we'll stop and give you an opportunity to do that. Okay. So any questions from the board?
I'll start. I guess it's sort of a broad question. I don't want to spend too much time answering it, but you've been before us before.
Yes.
And we did not support the application at that time. So what's new? What's different? What's improved? What did you take away from the last interview that we can say
That
we heard you and we've changed it?
Okay, so what's new is before we were focusing on single gender school model, and we went back and reviewed, and of course we thought that you all felt, I guess, we could not get our numbers due to the fact that we were focusing on the single gender model, and we decided to compromise. Instead, we would focus on the single gender classroom model, which is also, according to the data, supports the education for girls and boys.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Can we go to the budget page, please? And over to overall budget. Thank you. So like most of the schools, first year is always tight. You have $125,000 in surplus, which is, I guess, about 10 students, roughly, 9, 10 students. So what your year one target number is what?
It was 270.
Okay, so 270. What's your marketing plan for this school so that you make sure that you get 300 students to enroll instead of 270?
Great question. So that's exactly what we've been doing a lot of right now, is marketing the school and getting that community support. So in addition to being in the community, like going to different areas in Charlotte, East Charlotte, North Charlotte, South Charlotte, the North Davidson area, the East Charlotte, is attending different organizations. Like East Charlotte has an organization that's specifically for the Hispanic population. We've been visiting those different organizations and attending vending events, attending different churches to gain that support. When we, of course, before we were focusing on the single gender model, we continue to have that support because people love that music and entrepreneurship piece. And so, of course, we decided to add the young ladies. And so we can, as far as going back to the marketing, we would also do we would advertise on the transit system, the transportation system, the buses and the transit as far as social media. We would closely work with a marketing agency as well too.
So none of those things are in motion right now. These are things that you would do.
No, we are. Yes, we are currently doing that. We currently have that a part of our plan.
Okay. So to just spin off of what Mr. Friend was just asking, so you changed from single gender school to single gender classrooms.
Yes.
How have you rebranded yourself with the people that were expecting it to be a single gender school?
Okay, so what we've done is, of course, we've gone back, looked at data. We created a new survey system. Instead of single gender model, we focus on the single gender classroom model. That's one thing that we did. And of course, organizing the different information sessions. Instead of focusing on single gender model, we're focusing primarily on, of course, the single gender classroom model. And then what's really stood out with our parents piece is not only the single gender model in the past, but the music and the entrepreneurship. That is one thing that they really honed in on, was that music. Oh, wow. Are you going to support, are you going to teach my child how to play a musical instrument? Are you going to, because entrepreneurship is a great foundation for critical thinking skills. So that's one thing that they really focused on, the music and entrepreneurship. I could say not so much as it was like a big, disappointment that we're not focusing on the single gender model anymore. Is that clear? Okay.
I have a question. Will there be times when the genders will meet together?
When will be the times? Well, we said that they would come together during electives or specials.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Lunch?
Yes, lunch. Of course, lunch as well, recess. Yes, we want to have them. We want to have them to come together.
So my question, I'm trying to think through this with the single classroom. Because when it comes to enrollment, so you said you're going to have, was it 260 first year?
270.
270. So, and I guess it's a question for the office as well, like, check my understanding. You can't allocate X number of seats for males versus females.
Yes, we understand.
And so, you could have a second grade class of 6 females and then another second grade class of 36 male. Like, how are you navigating the staffing on that? Because you can't really afford to have a class of 6 with a dedicated teacher. So have you talk to us how you've thought through that?
Yes, as that was one of the questions we were going to move. You want to answer that? Or
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to a previous question about prospective applicants and interest in it. We have gotten over 500 surveys of parents being interested based on the various events. We have gone to 10 to 12 events since September, going to different organizations, different activities, and the interest has been very high. especially when parents heard about the combination of music and entrepreneurship. As we look at the single gender classes, we look forward to, we may have to blend classes because the numbers may not match. And so to make that sure, and the single gender classes will more or less be towards the lower grades than towards as students move up into the upper grades.
Right. We would begin, so kindergarten through second grade would be blended classroom, be integrative, girls and boys. And we will not start the single gender classrooms until third grade to eighth grade would be the single gender. That is our focus area. So lower grades would be blended, and then the upper grades, third grade to eighth grade, if everything balances. But if not, we would focus on the language arts and math, and that would be single gender. But we have thought about that too, the imbalance.
Yeah,
But if you're mixing, wouldn't that be going against what you're providing?
If
you say you're gonna have single gender classes, but in certain grades you're gonna mix them. So what are you really telling the community? Are you a single classroom model school or a hybrid of mixing and single gender?
Right, understand.
To me, it would be a little confusing about what you're providing.
I think
is what I'm getting to.
I understand.
I think initially it is showing that many of the studies have indicated that the single gender classes work well for boys and girls on the early grades. And that is the ultimate goal of the school. But the need may respond to it differently. That is the desire, but reality may not allow us to totally do that at all times.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think through the logistics of that. It's something we don't know the answer to right now. I mean, I could see if you're going to tell parents you're going to be a single gender classroom school, but that doesn't hit until you said third grade, fourth grade.
Yeah, that was according to our plan as well. We did indicate that kindergarten through second grade, and when we do meet with the community, we do explain that as well too.
I just think I think what you'll find is that you'll have parents when they're ready to go to the third grade, now they're going to be say boys go over here, girls over here. I just wonder how parents are going to react to that. That's all.
We've of course we've worked with many parents, or we have spoken with many parents, especially many parents have completed our surveys, and it has been nothing but positive. But of course, we do explain if there is an imbalance, and we have certainly explained that to our parents that have come to us. And how is this going to work? And I said, well, if it is an imbalance, this is how we would accommodate and work with that plan.
Yeah. So that's tough to.
Yeah.
I guess I'm looking at it from my own experience of I have 125 students per grade level in my elementary. And every summer we tell our parents, we don't take special requests as to which class your child gets into and with whom. And every year I get 125 requests per grade level. And so, yeah, it's tricky to navigate that. So,
yeah, I feel like I'm playing Jeopardy. Then I should form this into a question, but I'm not sure that it is. But I will tell you, I really like that you took back this suggestion and have gone into a co-ed way. And I also think that you're following the science and the data to be co-ed in those younger classrooms for socio-emotional reasons. And I think that's a good decision. I do think that as they get into later elementary and into middle school, there is a whole lot more data and science around single gender. But I agree with my colleagues that I think that you're going to have to draw some really concrete lines around this, right? I don't think you can be in a place where it's like, well, if this, then that. I think that to avoid parents being confused, angry, whatever that is, that you're going to have to say, we are co-ed K2 or co-ed K3. And then after that, we are single gender classrooms. Now, you could even say we're single gender classrooms for these subjects, but not for electives, right? But I think you're going to have to figure that out. And it may be that you have a classroom that only has 6 or 8 kids in it or whatever with one teacher. And that responsibility would be on you. But I don't think it can be this, well, if the enrollment leads. I think you're going to have to be real firm so that your message and your marketing and your practice all line up like flawlessly.
Good feedback. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, I have a question about your budget. In year one, you have 270 students that are K-5, and you have an administrator, an outreach director, social worker, and dean, all very strong leadership. But I don't see any budget for student learning. I don't see the devices, the musical instruments, the curriculum. Where's the funding for student learning?
That would be under the,
It should be under.
under the instructional, the curriculum, text, books and supplies in the at the bottom.
So $500 for instructional materials and $4,500 for text. I mean, if you divide by 270 students and then you have 5,500 for music supplies, there needs to be more spending. There needs to be a budget for student learning. Curriculum and instruction. You mentioned maker spaces, class set of computers, mobile laptop carts, a tech lab, and music production. All of that's in your application. That's not in the budget.
Let George handle the music piece.
Okay, so the music part, especially with the younger levels, because of course we're gonna start at the younger levels. They're very, very inexpensive. We're talking about recorders. Recorders $1.25. 200, so that's, and then rhythm sets. Also, a good friend of mine, Dexter Wiley, he's the CEO of Marvin Gaye Estates. He's actually they're going to donate instruments too as well. Miles Overton, a retired the president owned, actually another friend of mine is the snare drum player. He's actually donating too as well. My other side company, I will be donating. So at the lower levels, instruments become very, I mean, they're really inexpensive. On top of that, to help with their fine motor skills, as well as you can actually make instruments as far as like with rice and empty cans and stuff like that. So the budget for your lower grades is not going to go up until you start getting the metal stuff in your hand and electronic stuff. That's when your budget starts skyrocketing. On top of that, some of the like public schools, they have in private schools, the parents opt to rent the instrument they really want their kids to play. So technically it won't go into our budget that way. It'll be still more so on the parents' end when we get to the higher grades. But the lower grades is we can go on Amazon and really buy their curriculum. Well, $500, that's way more than what we need. So even if it was $400, it'll still be fine. It's a really for music.
Yeah, I recognize that, and they can sing for free, right? Just use their voice.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Yeah, I so get
They
that.
even put buckets down to collect money.
But where's the math and language arts, and where's the rest of the curriculum and instruction?
Okay, I'll let them
Yeah,
talk about
let
it.
someone speak to that. Thank you.
So I already have, I'm willing to already to donate all the stuff for the innovation in AI and robotics. I already have that stuff. I'm ready to get it out my garage and out of my storage. So all of that will be completely donated. And that is for the K2 curriculum. When it gets to the higher grades, we'll do more 3D printing and AI technology.
I had $35,000 in my budget for textbooks, and each Chromebook was about $220 per student plus a $50 activation fee. So, I mean, that all in total is probably about $70,000. And I think to Ms. Harris' point, under instructional materials, it's $500. And text, $4,500 won't get a classroom set of math books.
And we realize that there are some discrepancies with the instructional materials as far as the cost and the budget for those items. And we are working with Samantha Amaral, who's been a great assistance with us working on the budget with time value. So she is helping us to working with us currently on those budgeting items.
Oh, just a little bit about your facility. What's the status of that?
Okay, the status of that, we have 3 options as well. If you can come up. We have 3 options as far as a facility in the Charlotte area. And we're currently working, of course, with our realtor on that. Mm-hmm.
When you say 3 options in the Charlotte area, like
Oh, in the East
area.
Yeah, in the East Charlotte area, we have 3 buildings.
Just for like in a elevator speech 5-minute explanation. What's a day look like at this school? So like we've got the music, I got that. We got the entrepreneurship, which are, innovative. What's a student schedule look like for a 4th grader with all the other math, science, social studies, language arts, electives, things like that? What's a day look like?
Do they got this in their folders?
No.
They don't put this in. They don't got this in.
No. Explain.
Okay, so so like on a Monday, like a half a day, where it's like no electives, 8 to 8:20, you'll have the homeroom. 8:20 to 9:10, you'll have your CKLA on there. This is K
Which is
through
the
12,
amplified.
the amplified curriculum. And then at 9:10 to 10 p.m., you have the knowledge based as well. And then 10 to 10:50, you'll have your math. You'll have your math courses. 10:50 to 11:40, we'll have social studies. 11:40 to 12:10 is interventions. Lunch will be about 12:10 to 12:20. 12:30 to 1 p.m., you'll have dismissal. So that's like what a half a day would look like on there. So like on a Tuesday through Friday, you have homeroom beginning at 8 to 8:20. CKLA skills at 8:20 to 9:20, 9:20 to 10:20 with CKLA knowledge. Recess will be 10:20 to 10:50. Math will be 10:50 to 11:50. Then you'll have lunch and recess from 11:50 to 12:20. You have special electives from 12:20 to 1:20. Social studies 1:20 to 2:20, and small groups and intervention from 2:20 to 3 o'clock.
So what is your rationale for not having electives on Monday?
Half day.
Well, Mondays is every Monday will be a half a day.
Every Monday?
Mhm. Every Monday will be a half a day. And then
What's the rationale for that?
Will there be care or something provided for children in the afternoon who?
Well, what that would, we did, of course, we would have that. Well, that would be the time where teachers can, of course, work with students if necessary. And then we would also have, whether it's music or entrepreneurship classes during that time as well, too. There are different professional developments for teachers. Mm-hmm. That's where it would come in. Is that clear? Okay.
We have a little less than 5 minutes. If anyone else has a question for this group.
I guess one of the things I would just ask is
I'm a prospective parent. I meet you for the first time. There's a lot of school choice options in Charlotte. Why should I come to your school? What makes you different? And the proverbial, we're going to the 9th floor on the elevator. What's the answer?
Well, I'm a music guy, so I'm gonna start off with music. Well, first thing is when in school I studying music, I did a capstone, and it was the effects of music on mental illness. I did that research because I wanted to know all my years of teaching. I had kids with 504s, special needs, and my first 5 to 7 years of actually teaching after school, I didn't know they had anything. I thought they were just normal kids, right? Well, and then I found out later on in life, I'm like, you knew that student was a special needs student. I'm like, really? I told him like everything else. So as going through school and taking a few classes, it was really interesting. And being married to a special ed teacher, what we call it, back when I was in school, I learned that music was a universal language. As my studies go abroad, people use it for depression every day, for mental illness. People use it to change their mood. You got to think about how many people listen to music on their way here to the building, or listen to it when they wake up. So then it goes into your dopamine and things of that magnitude. Also, when I did studies, people that actually sung music and went through music and learned the creative and analytical skills by that from younger age score higher on national tests. So that's one thing that is a universal language, especially if you need a coping skills, it helps with their social and emotional learning and a lot of things. I've learned that it's an add-on to other therapeutics things that students have. Second part about it that I think that is awesome is about entrepreneurship. If you study anything about the new tax codes and stuff like that, you kind of need to be a business in some sort of form in a tax code. Also, I teach my kids that one's a freshman, one's a sophomore in college, that you don't have to sit behind a desk to make money. It's all more than one ways. And the way the world is now, you need more than one income on there. So we're teaching them at a young age, creative skills, trying to get them better focused. Like in Philip Berry, I saw some veteran teachers play certain music, and I was like, that makes sense. My studying says that you play a certain type of music, it helps the kids focus while they're doing assignments and things of that magnitude. So by us incorporating that into a daily basis, I think it'll be the right choice for your kid, son or daughter, to go and deal with this universal language.
And another thing that stands out for us, which a lot of our parents, when we've been out there in the community, they love the music and the entrepreneurship piece. And one thing that does stand out, the music and entrepreneurship is integrated into the core subjects. If you look at your packets that you have in front of you, it shows like the curriculum, as well as how the music and the entrepreneurship is integrated into the core subjects. So that is another difference. Whereas some schools, I'm sure they have music and they have the entrepreneurship, but it's like a standalone program. And of course they have, and we'll have, of course, entrepreneurship. We'll collaborate with J.A. BizTown. Of course, we have this music expert beside me who can also assist. And so that's another difference. And parents are like, wow, okay, that is different, because we're integrating it into our core subjects. So it's not a standalone program.
Thank you. Well, you guys have already begun, so our deliberation is done.
Oh.
You have 10 minutes for closing comments.
Okay. A Legacy of Light, the Murtis Simpson Walker Academy. I stand before you not just as a proponent of a new school, but as a granddaughter with a story to share. A story of courage, a story of passion, and a story that I believe holds the key to unlocking the boundless potential within the children of Charlotte. This story begins many years ago in Escambia County, Pensacola, Florida. It is where my grandmother, Murtis Simpson Walker, lived her life. She was an educator, a woman of grace, strength, and an unwavering belief of every child. In a time when the world was divided by the color of one's skin, she became a beacon of change, the first teacher to integrate the schools in Escambia County, Pensacola, Florida. She walked into a classroom knowing that she carried more than just books. She carried the future, a future where every student, regardless of background, deserved a seat at the table. Her passion for education wasn't just a job, it was a calling, a legacy of light she passed on to me, her granddaughter, Cynthia Johnson, in which I share with students and those around me. That same passion fuels our vision for the Myrtis Simpson Walker Academy in Charlotte, a school designed for the 21st century learner, focusing on music and entrepreneurship. We're proposing an innovative model rooted in the belief that all children can learn, but some may simply need additional resources tailored to their expertise, their learning style. We've looked closely at the educational landscape of East Charlotte. We know that students can learn, and here is how we'll do it. A focus on music and entrepreneurship. We believe these are powerful tools for holistic development. Music education has profound cognitive benefits, enhancing memory, critical thinking, and coordination, while also boosting creativity and emotional intelligence. Entrepreneurship education will equip students with 21st century skills, problem solving, financial literacy, creativity, and the self-efficacy needed to proactively shape their professional paths, regardless of whether they become full-time musicians or successful business owners. That is our future. Proven curriculum, Amplify, and Eureka Math. We will utilize high-quality, evidence-based instructional materials. The Amplify Language Arts curriculum has been shown to have a statistically significant positive effect on reading outcomes, demonstrating efficacy for students from diverse backgrounds, and accelerating progress for English language learners. Eureka Math provides a structured, rigorous approach to mathematics, helping students master concepts through deep understanding of mathematical principles. These curriculum, combined with dedicated teachers, will provide the academic rigor our students deserve. Our vision is simple and yet profound. We want to make a tangible difference with the students, teachers, and parents of the Charlotte community. We envision a community where every child feels seen, supported, and capable of achieving greatness. My grandmother's work didn't end with integration. It continues in the spirit of every educator who believes in innovation ideas to benefit children. The Myrtis Simpson Walker Academy will be a place where the legacy of light will shine bright, where a new generation learns not just to read and write, but to harmonize their dreams and conduct a future of their own making. Please grant us the opportunity to bring this vital resource to Charlotte. Thank you.
Thank you once again for joining us and for your presentation and closing remarks. Now it's time for us to deliberate. We have three choices. One is to not move the school forward. Two is to move it forward to RTO. And the third, we'll bring it back for a second interview. So open the floor to the other board members.
I have a concern that if the school is going to offer single gender classes, it should be across the board and not have a mixture at certain grade levels. And that at some point will affect their marketing. That's to what parents will get once they get to school. So that's my major concern.
Yeah, I think that's a fair concern. I think that we could be approving a school that's here today with the prospect or concept of being single gender, and 5 years from now, that's not exactly what it is at all. But so yeah, I can understand that concern.
Any other comments or anyone willing to make a motion?
So I like I almost feel like that they've gotten a little bit closer, like since the last time that they came to like kind of listening. But I went back and reviewed some of the minutes and the notes, and one of the big concerns the last time they were here was there was not enough money in the budget for curriculum, and there's still not enough money in the budget for curriculum. And I think that there are still, I think there are issues that they're not addressing and concerns that they're not addressing in how they would actually pull off day to day as it relates to what it takes to run a school and what it costs to run a school.
This is Shelley Shope. I feel the same way. I feel like they've got the passion, just like they had the last time that they came before us. But once you scratch past that passion of what they want to do, the ins and outs are not nailed down. I just don't feel like that there is a solid concept of, you can list the schedule and the times, but you know, what is that reading and math curriculum? What's that classroom going to look like? And I hear the music and the entrepreneurship, but to fill in the whole gaps, it just feels like it's not carved out just yet. And I think we had that same feeling the last time they were in front of us. But I do agree that this was a better presentation than what we had the time before. So they are getting closer.
I do have a couple of observations. Mr. Hunt, I was a little bit concerned about the interest and the level of response. And I think Mr. Hunt referred to some events since September and used either the number 400 or 500. But we don't have any of that. What we had in here in the application that reflected interest appeared to be, you know, the compiled over the last few years, because they've been sort of working on that interest for a few years. And so it was a little bit dated, I think. So I tried to search quickly, and I really can't find anything on social media. So I don't think they're drumming up any interest yet that you could quantify. I don't think there's anything there. And so it would be nice to have some quantifiable evidence about that. And I will say again, I know Ms. Johnson has come to us several times, but the numbers in the budget are concerning for curriculum and instruction, and particularly in light of those higher paid roles for 270 students, where I know later you may need more leadership and administration as the school grows. But in year one, to have that many higher paid roles and not have money for textbooks and the maker spaces, I mean, it's very exciting. The music component is it's so true, and it's real. I'm a musician, and music is just blesses your life. So I love that component. And the technology piece, I guess, is also the entrepreneurial piece, the maker spaces and the mobile carts and the tech lab and all these things that the application talks about is just wonderful. But the numbers have to work in the budget. And I know some things will be donated. Maybe somehow that needs to be reflected if that's the plan, because it just doesn't look like it will work when you look at the budget and you look at the plan right now.
Yeah, I think just kind of supporting what I've heard several of my colleagues say. I think I always listen for values first, and it's clear that there's a passion and values alignment that all students can and should learn. There's also a saying that if you want to check someone's values, you look at their budget. And I think with all of those ideas that Dr. Hare and that you referenced, you have to have real money behind that, and donating, in my experience, in-kind donations are only going to take you so far, regardless of how generous they are. I think you have to have that in the budget. I need that evidence of the planning to believe that you're going to make good on those promises to those children. So those are my thoughts.
Right.
I don't know if they've ever had assistance with the budget in the times that she has come, if someone would have helped. Because this could happen, but it just has to be well done to be successful and to make it. I'm thinking some budget help would have been good.
Yeah, I would echo that. There's things in the budget that we all have gone through this. When we've gone through this process, you'll look back by the time you open and you'll realize, I can't believe I put that in the budget, or I didn't think about that. But then there's some things that do stick out more than others. I think you've pointed out the curriculum as an example. There's no line item for custodian, transportation staff, legal counsel. I wouldn't hold them up just for those. Those are things you're going to learn real quick. Get better budget for that next year. But I would agree. I think I definitely see the passion of the board, and I think there's something interesting about this model. I'm not fully sold on, as my colleagues have indicated, single gender classrooms for certain grades, but not other grades. But charters are supposed to be different too. So, yeah.
Anyone ready to make a motion?
As people online had a chance to speak up if they wanted to, just to make sure we didn't forget about our colleagues.
We didn't get Eric. I don't know if Eric had anything to say.
I think Eric had to log off.
I guess Ms. Johnson is part of the Murtis Simpson Walker Foundation. You are? Yes. What work does the foundation do?
Did you hear me?
I heard you.
Okay.
Recording.
Okay, so with the Murta Simpson Walker Youth Leadership Foundation, I have a boys program under that foundation, as well as entrepreneurship or any youth programs that supports children.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I regretfully move that we do not accept this application.
Okay, so we have a motion to not carry this school forward to RTO.
Second.
We have a second. Any conversation or discussion? Sounds like we've had enough already, so let's go to a roll call vote.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Nay.
Bruce Friend,
Nay.
Rita Hare,
I'm sorry, define the vote again.
to deny the application, to not move it forward.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Eric Gucan.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes and the application does not move forward. Our office will send you information on your appeal rights, okay?
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming in this afternoon. Lost my agenda. Hold on just a second, please.
Adjournment is next.
Well, it's time to adjourn. We will be back at it again tomorrow morning at 9:00. So
And if weather prevails, will you let us know in time?
I'll rely to Ms. Logue. And
Whatever knows.
yeah, but unless you hear otherwise, we will reconvene at 9:00. Thank you, and everyone have a good afternoon.
2:40.